righty. This is going to be a interesting Sunday morning. Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to our Sunday edition of Kickoff with Kirchhoff. We're talking all things related to fantasy football for week 4 of the season. Again, as you guys can see to the right side of the screen, we have up-to-date rankings as of week 4 for all 4 primary positions, being running back, wide receiver, quarterback, and tight end. All these rankings are up to date, ready to go, so that regardless of what you're doing in the next, 27 minutes, beginning to kind of shuffle in your lineups to get yourself ahead of, I would suppose, this interesting game that will be taking place in London. We're going to have a couple London weekends here in a row. Every single Sunday that we do, I will be live streaming as early as 6 a.m. I am very tired, as you guys could probably tell, but hey, we're going to go ahead and power through it and talk all things fantasy, trying to get your guys' lineups ready to go. Couple reminders, if you have not yet already, do me a solid, click the like button down below. Certainly helps continue to support the channel every single Sunday and every single video that you guys continue to support for the remainder of the season. Additionally, if you guys have a question, please be sure to mention your scoring format. Again, that does make a huge difference whether you do play in a standard, half PPR, or full PPR. Someone in the chat just asked, is Debo playing? Yes, he should be suiting up today. Unless there's a setback, he should be suiting up in the given matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. Good morning to all of you. Final couple reminders. At around 6:30, once in fact this game starts, I'm going to be changing the rankings on screen, and there will be more players that will be kind of moved into the entire fold, because like guys like, Travis Etienne, Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, they'll know, or Trevor Lawrence, they'll no longer be needed to be ranked for the remainder of the day, as their game will have already started, and then we'll adjust it. Outside of that, we should be good to go. Also, if you guys haven't checked out Underdog Fantasy, there's a link down in the description for those of you guys who want to go ahead and tail some of the potential pick'ems that we're going to be putting together later on in today's stream. We got a 4-hour stream ahead of us, so a lot of things to cover, and definitely a lot of time to make sure that we're taking care of all of that. All right, let's go ahead and let's get into answering some of these questions. First and foremost, we have HCF starting us off with a question. It says the following: start one in the flex: Puka Nacua, Kyren Williams, Tank Dell, Jordan Addison. I have Smith and Chase as my wide receivers, and I have Bijan and Kenneth Walker as my running backs. Okay, HCF scoring format. What is it? Let me see if you may have typed in the chat, just so I might be able to catch that. HCF. Okay, yeah. Let me know what your scoring format is. Otherwise, I'll just assume it's half PPR just to meet everyone in the middle. In regards to that question. So let's go ahead and let's see. Between Kyren Williams and Puka Nacua, I have 23 overall going into the given week. Where do I have Kyren? Yeah, I have him ahead of Kyren Williams. So I would roll with Puka again. So at this moment, I don't know what your scoring format is. It might be a standard league. If it is a standard league, then you'd go with the running back. But otherwise, Puka Nacua would be the suggestion as for this week against the Indianapolis Colts. Thank you very much, HC. Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Jason. Jason said, in a full PPR scoring format, flex Flowers, DJ Moore, Michael Thomas, or Joshua Palmer. Out of those 4 available options, I prefer playing Michael Thomas. DJ Moore, again, is very much so dependent on his quarterback's play. The quarterback's ranking of Justin Fields isn't really contingent on DJ Moore playing well. It's more of a matter of his rushing statistics being intact in the given week. Flowers is in a tough matchup against Denzel Ward, so I don't really want to put too much pressure on him being a higher valued start in comparison. And Joshua Palmer, again, he's going to have himself value, especially going up against the Las Vegas Raiders, but they don't need him to immediately find success this week. I think Michael Thomas with Jameis Winston, like we've seen, the last 4 games they've played together, 5+ receptions. He was a huge part of the target opportunity, 7 targets of the 16 total attempts last week as soon as Jameis got into the game. So I'll lean towards Michael Thomas there in a favorable matchup against Tampa Bay secondary, who will be missing 2 of their secondary members. I believe Jamel Dean is already deemed out, and Carlton Davis could end up being another player that's out, as he was questionable all week to potentially play. Thank you. Benny G sends in a question, says Olave or Puka Nacua. I'll take Olave there. As for your follow-up question, Collins or Joshua Palmer, I'll take Josh Palmer this week. Thank you. Appreciate it. Trey Kerb in the chat was saying non-PPR, who are we starting, Judy or DJ Moore? Yeah, I would still probably play Judy there. I think just the quarterback upside that Russell Wilson provides for his receiver in comparison to what Justin Fields provides for DJ Moore, and of course the matchup on top of it. When we have DJ Moore taking on Patrick Surtain in comparison to Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton taking on secondary members, Eddie Jackson's probably going to be out again. Kyler Gordon's out. That secondary is in shambles for the Chicago Bears, so I would lean in the direction of playing Judy there. All right, Chris Allin sent in a question. Thank you very much. Says, in a full PPR scoring format, start 2 wide receivers and a flex for the week. We have Ridley, we have Lamb, we have Pittman, we have Collins, Kamara, Henry, Kyron Williams, and Miles Sanders. Okay, so of your available options in a full PPR scoring format, Ridley and Lamb are the 1-2 as your wide receivers. The only question is, who are we playing, Pittman or Kyron Williams? Let me see. Full PPR scoring format. Where are we with this? Let me scroll over. Let me see, where do I have them ranked comparatively? I have Michael Pittman Jr. ahead of Kyron Williams in a full PPR scoring format. Again, 8+ receptions in each of the last 3 consecutive weeks for Michael Pittman Jr., so it's really tough not to start him in that overall circumstance. So yeah, I would go with 3 of those receivers in the given week there. Chris Allin, thank you very much. Appreciate it again. Jay Nice says, Kendrick Bourne, Dell, Najee, Godwin, flex full PPR. I'll take Tank Dell out of those 4 options. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Jay Nice. Ozzy Reyna, I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Ozzy. Ozzy says, full PPR, Pierce, Brian Robinson Jr., or Rachaad White. In a full PPR scoring format, if I'm not mistaken, let's go see where we have these 3 running backs comparatively ranked. We have, yeah, it's between Brian Robinson and Rachaad White. The primary reason why I cannot play Rachaad White in this, I can't play Pierce first and foremost because his first string offensive line's injured and his second string offensive line's injured. So his overwhelming thought is he's probably not going to succeed in his overall rushing efforts, especially against Pittsburgh, who have played pretty well in terms of stopping the run, except for a couple big runs this year by McCaffrey and Ford. Outside of that, they've been pretty stout. Overall, if it's not Pierce, I would probably lean in the direction of playing Brian Robinson Jr. I think he has a higher upside within the given day based on not only just the matchup, but the offense as a whole. Even though we're going to see Rachaad White get himself a fair amount of touches, he would need to get himself a huge workload in the receiving game to be relevant. And I don't know if he can consistently provide that. So it's a little bit sketchy. I could understand playing White, but for right now, I'll go with Brian Robinson. Pokemon. Got to catch them all. That's actually a great one. That is a great account. That's great. Upside full PPR, Nico Collins, Alexander Madison, or Jacoby Myers. Between those 3 in a full PPR, it's probably Jacoby Myers. Let me go ahead and cross-reference it with my rankings here. Let's see. Where do we have? Let's Control F this spreadsheet. Where do we have Jacoby Myers comparatively? Jacoby Myers is there. Where's Alexander Madison? Actually, probably Jacoby Myers is probably lower ranked. Now that I'm thinking about it, because it's a different quarterback, right? It's not Jimmy Garoppolo, it's Aiden O'Connell. So yeah, we would play Alexander Madison there this week. If it was Jimmy Garoppolo, it would have been very confidently playing Jacoby Myers, but considering it's the rookie quarterback, I'm going to lean in the direction of playing Alexander Madison in a favorable matchup against the Carolina Panthers' terrible run-stop defense. Thank you. Moving on from Pokemon, we have Matthew Garcia. Thank you very much, Matthew. Matthew says the following. Here we go, Matthew. What do we have here? What up, Drew? Nothing much. Doing well. Full PPR. I traded Mostert for James Cook. Is that a good trade? I think in the long run, it'll eventually be the better trade. I think rest of season favorably, I do believe that James Cook will be the better fantasy prospect going forward, especially once we get more utilization of Achane in the backfield and Jeff Wilson Jr. returns. There's going to be more utilization for these other running backs, less production from Mostert, evidently, and then James Cook will be the more valuable prospect going forward, so I don't mind it. Let's see here. Logan Thomas or Zach Ertz. At this moment, if you're playing, I mean, again, if you guys aren't able to tell, the rankings that are on screen are up to date as of this morning. So who was asking that? Johan Ruiz. Again, we have Logan Thomas at 14. Zach Ertz is like, I think, number 17 or 18. He's off of the rankings list at the moment. So the rankings on screen, hopefully within interpositions, can answer those questions for you guys specifically. So again, do not forget the rankings that are on screen are literally there to help you. I'm going to probably never address that ever again. And if you guys ask a question that's on screen, I'm just going to keep it moving and keep it pushing. Thank you. Criminal Mind says, I'm 3-0. I lost Musgrave on Thursday. Yep, that's an unfortunate concussion situation. PPR, pick 3. We have Achane, Stevenson, Godwin, White, Pacheco. Okay, in a full PPR, if I'm starting 3 of those options, I would play Pacheco, Achane, and I'd play Stevenson. Thank you. As for your follow-up question, half PPR, pick 2, Mixon, Pickens, and Godwin. I'll play Mixon and Pickens. Thank you. Michael Reeves says Lawrence or Justin Fields in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. In a 6-point per passing touchdown league, I'll take Trevor Lawrence today. Thank you. Moving on, we have Junior Ventura says in a full PPR, start 1, flex, Judy, Michael Thomas, Achane. I'll take Jerry Judy out of the 3 in a full PPR. Thank you. JD has a question. He says full PPR, Anthony Richardson, Deshaun Watson. I'll take Anthony Richardson. He's healthy. He's back from his concussion protocol, and he's got a favorable matchup on top of it. As for your follow-up question there, pick 3 between Javonte Williams, James Conner, Joshua Kelly, and Alexander Madison. I'll take Javonte, Conner, and Madison. We're benching Kelly for the week. Thank you very much. All right, let's see here. James Stark, yeah, I agree with you. James Stark in the chat was saying we got to get these likes up. I agree. If you guys could do me a solid, click the like button. Be greatly appreciated. Flowers or Kirk? Again, guys, rankings are on screen. I literally have Christian Kirk ranked at 23, and I have Flowers ranked at 31. Hopefully, you guys can utilize those rankings on screen and, yeah, do the best with them. Appreciate it. All right, here we go. We had a question from Sandeep. Thank you very much, Sandeep. Appreciate it. Kansas City defense or Buffalo defense? Let me go cross-reference. I'm pretty sure we're playing Kansas City. I don't really want to play the Buffalo defense, primarily because they're going up against the Miami Dolphins, such a high-powered offense. Probably going to be in a situation where they're going to get scored on a lot. It'll, of course, over the course of that game, diminish the overall upside of that defense. I have the Kansas City Chiefs ranked as my number 3. I don't even have the Buffalo Bills in my top 15 defensive rankings going into the given week. So just keep that in mind. Play Kansas City. Thank you. All right, a couple reminders. As of right now, for those of you guys who are in this chat and perhaps have signed up using code Andrew via Underdog Fantasy since August 1st of 2023 till today, or at least until 1 a.m. of yesterday, for those of you who have done so, please be sure to check your email and specifically your spam folder. I will have already sent out rankings for week 4 of the 2023 season. Those rankings were sent out, if I'm not mistaken, at 2:30 a.m. Earlier this morning. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. Check your spam folder, check your normal folder, whatever emails associated with your Underdog account. For those of you guys who want future rankings every single Sunday morning from me directly sent to you, which includes by position, by tier, positional rankings with flex, half PPR, full PPR, all encompassing. Be sure to go ahead, travel on over to Underdog Fantasy, use code Andrew, and make that first time deposit minimum of $10 to not only get the first time deposit match, but also get those rankings for the remainder of the season every single Sunday morning. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, let's see here. The next question was from Rick with a Q. Says, full PPR, Garrett Wilson, George Kittle, Christian Kirk, Gabe Davis, Nico Collins, Devon Achane. I need a wide receiver and a flex. The wide receiver I'm playing out of this group is Christian Kirk, and the flex that I'm playing is George Kittle. Thank you. David A says, morning, Logan Thomas coming back or Njoku with Burns? I'll take Logan Thomas coming back rather than Njoku with Burns. Primarily because if you guys just look at the utilization of the tight end position from the Washington Commanders last week, it was quite ridiculous. Even in the game in which they were playing against the Buffalo Bills, and the Buffalo Bills have played really well against opposing tight ends, for as long as I can remember, at least the last couple years to say the very least. Last week, they gave up 4 catches on 7 targets for 35 yards to Cole Turner, and then there was the backup tight end who had himself 2 targets, 2 catches, and 12 yards. So a total of 9 targets from Sam Howell to his tight ends, with Logan Thomas back in an advantageous matchup against the Philadelphia Eagles, who give up the most points to opposing tight ends this season. I'm leaning towards playing Logan Thomas there. Thank you. All right, we move on. The next question we have is from D-Clan McLaughlin. Says, in a full PPR, start 3 out of these 4 options. We have Madison, Kyren Williams, Tutu Atwell, and Kamara. I will play Atwell, Kyren, and Madison. I'm benching Kamara for the week. I'll give him a week to kind of find his footing within that offense. The primary reason why I just don't love Kamara is the matchup against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Throughout his entire career, he has very seldom found himself extremely high upside games against that run-stop defense, which only the Philadelphia Eagles are capable enough to run for over 100 yards on that kind of a team. The offensive line of the New Orleans Saints, not built for it. And on top of it, Cesar Ruiz, their starting offensive guard, is out. And they're also dealing with some other injuries up front. And obviously, their quarterback is not intact going into the given week. Sean Bonds, thank you very much, Sean. Nice to see you, man. Says in a full wait, where did the question go? 2 running backs rest of season. Standard: Hubbard, Kendre Miller, Dowdle, or Bigsby. If I'm picking 2 for rest of season, I'd like to have. Oh man, it depends. Ultimately, I would like to have Dowdle on roster just in case, and then additionally, I'll probably hold Hubbard. So those are the 2 that I'd hold for now. Arthur Myers Show sends in a question. Thank you very much, Arthur. Arthur says, flex in a half PPR, Tank Dell or Devon A-Chain? Or A-Chan. Goodness gracious. I'm going to keep messing that up, and it is what it is, you know. Let's see here. Where do I have A-Chan ranked comparatively? We have A-Chan at 51. Where's Tank Dell? Yeah, I have A-Chan ahead of Dell this week in a half PPR. Thank you. Let's see here. Adel in the chat was asking defensive rankings, please. Yes, if there's about 700 of you in here, if we can get 350 likes, so like 200 more on the stream, I will happily mention my top 12 defenses and kickers going into the week. So if you guys could do me a solid, click the like button, be greatly appreciated. While you're at it, if you guys could do me a favor and vote on the poll. About 500 of you guys have voted, but I don't have 500 likes. What's going on there? About 78% of you believe that the Jacksonville Jaguars will be able to capture victory today in Wimbledon. I'm not really surprised. Again, I think we're all anticipating a nice bounce back week for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But yeah, that should be fun. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Anonymous. Anonymous says in a half PPR, Kelly or Myers? Between those 2, I probably lean towards just playing Myers. As for the follow-up, Kyren Williams or Waddle in a full PPR, let me go ahead and let me reference my half or full PPR rankings. Where do I have Kyren comparatively to Waddle? Let's see here. Kyren, okay, there's Waddle. And where's Kyren Williams? I have Waddle at 27. I have Kyren Williams at 29. So I play Waddle in the given week. Thank you. Moving on. We had a question from Anzar Malik. Says, in a pinch, Gabriel Davis or Drake London full PPR. Between those 2, I have Drake London ranked higher. Let me confirm this. Full PPR. Yeah. So that's the direction I'd go with right now. It's I mean, honestly, it's kind of like one of those coin toss plays. Like, we need Gabe Davis to score a touchdown to be relevant, but there's always that sneakiness where the Jacksonville secondary, if in fact they can just have one open window, it'll take a couple plays here and there, and Drake London will finish himself with a pretty solid week. So I'm not too worried about Drake London. I think he'll be fine. B4Work says, do you still have a Discord server? Yeah. There's a link in the description. Thank you. All right, let's see. There's a question from Kareem. Kareem says the following: full PPR, Lockett or Achane? Lockett or Achane in a full PPR? Let me check that out. And then Ridley or Pittman? I'd probably end up playing Ridley there, but let's see. Lockett or Achane? Let's see, where's Lockett on this list. Yeah, I have Lockett ahead of him in a full PPR. Thank you. All right, next question we had from El Polo or El Pollo 33 says, in a full PPR, really need points this week. Don't we all? Don't we all? Which 2 do I start and who do I sit? Wilson, Atwell, and Palmer. Yeah, I'm sitting Garrett Wilson. I'm starting Atwell, and I'm starting Palmer. Thank you. Let's see here. Trey sends in a question, says, AR or over Lamar? Yeah, I would play AR over Lamar. I don't love the matchup too much in this situation. Jameis Winston will start as the quarterback for the Saints in week 4. That was the expectation, so no problem there. The Raiders will start rookie Aiden O'Connell against the Chargers today. Okay, so yeah, for sure, I'm playing AR over Lamar. I don't love the matchup against the the pretty tough Cleveland Browns defense. Let's see here. Someone in the chat, what was it? Gooden was asking, are you worried about Hunt cutting into Ford's production? I would be, but I mean, quite honestly, the rankings that are on screen kind of already in my mind, take that into account. Like, my assumption is that Kareem Hunt, as we progress, is going to get himself more utilization. The funny thing was that Kareem Hunt all week long has been on the injury report dealing with multiple injuries. I think 1 ankle and 1 rib injury. So he's got himself obviously some time to get used to the league. But until, we have a full-fledged Kareem Hunt where he's playing 50% of the snaps, I still think that as a middle of the pack RB2, Jerome Ford is a solid play. So I would say the number 19 ranking isn't like completely out of the realm of possibility. He should be able to accomplish that, if not more, if he finds himself in the end zone. Let's see here. Where art thou? Okay, we're moving on. We had a question that came in from. Okay, so your follow-up question, Trey. After AR and Lamar, Cooper or Ayuk with Deshaun Watson injury? Yeah, at this moment, assuming you're asking for like a half PPR, rankings on screen currently have Brandon Ayuk as my number 20 and Amari Cooper as my number 17. So I would still play Amari Cooper there. Deshaun Watson should be able to play. I mean, he was limited all week. The hope, ultimately, the hope is that they kept him on the sideline over the course of the week of practice to make sure that he's healthy, rehabbing, and good to go. Let's see here. Yes, I did skip some names. Why? I don't know why. The the list that I have for some reason like updated incorrectly and launched me down the list. So who did I miss? So we went over Sean. Okay, Trey Kerb says non-PPR, DJ Moore or Judy. Yeah, we'll play Judy there. We answered that a little bit earlier. Brandon O'Leary sent in a question, said full PPR, pick 2, flex, Rashad White, Alvin Kamara, Sutton, Tutu Atwell. If I'm starting 2 out of those 4 options, it's Tutu Atwell and Alvin Kamara. Thank you. Bad Sports sent in a question, says in a 2 QB league, start CJ at 1 p.m. or wait and start Dak or Kevin O'Connell, Aiden O'Connell. No, I would play CJ Stroud at 1 p.m. Yeah, comfortably. As for your follow-up, I'm up against a triple stack of Debo, Christian McCaffrey, and Purdy. Yeah, at this point, in my current rankings, I have CJ Stroud ahead of the rest of those guys that you mentioned. So I would play CJ Stroud there. Thank you. Young Money says PPR, Kamara or Tank Dell. Let's see here. Where do I have Dell in comparison to Kamara? Dell's at 54. Kamara's at 51. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question that came in from, so yeah, that would be Kamara over Dell. So we took care of Sean Bonds. Okay, yeah, there it is. That was the only thing that was skipped pretty much. Appreciate for Young Money. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. All right, we had a question. Is the game about to start? Nice. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from after Trey with Stanley. Stanley says in a half PPR, RB slot, start 2, Algier or Hunt or Matt Breida. Out of those potential 4 options, I'll take Matt Breida and I'll take Algier. Thank you. Let's see here. Immortal Panda says in a half PPR, pick 1, Christian Kirk or Breece Hall. Give me Christian Kirk. The Truth says, should I start Fields or O'Connell versus the Chargers? I'll take Fields. Bobo Beyond says, standard scoring, Josh Kelly or Dameon Pierce. I'll take Dameon Pierce. Moving on, Keelan Simpkins says, I need 1 running back and 2 flex options. I have Moss, Jacobs, Evans, Pickens, and Sutton. Moss, Jacobs, Evans, Pickens. Okay, so Moss, Jacobs RB1, Moss is the first flex, Evans is the second flex. Thank you. T-Man A1 says, should I trade Rashad White for George Pickens, Pollard? Wait, what the heck? Okay, so that's the first question. Should I trade Rashad White for George Pickens? I would say probably not. I did skip. Yeah, wow. Okay, I got to wake up, man. Hold up. Let me drink some water. I am actually skipping questions unintentionally, guys. This is what happens when Andrew wakes up at 6 a.m. Actually, no. This is what happens when Andrew wakes up at 5 a.m. after falling asleep at 3:30. Okay, let's lock this in. Hold up. All right, Truth, what was your question? Truth was, do I start Fields or O'Connell? I mean, yeah, listen, again, first and foremost, the rankings are on screen, so yes, I would play Fields. I already knew that O'Connell was playing. That wasn't a given. That's already in my rankings. So, yeah, I would play Fields there. Thank you. Apologies for skipping that question. I'll try to be a little bit more careful because, man, I just scroll past everything. Okay. To go back to T-Man's question, would you trade Rashad White for Pickens? I probably wouldn't. Follow-up question, you have, I think this is probably more context. You have Pollard, Kamara, Kyron Williams, and Ford as your other running backs. Calvin Ridley, Christian Kirk, Watson, Thomas are my receivers. My hope would be to trade for something more than just George Pickens. If you like George Pickens, you think he has higher upside, especially with the chances of, what's his name coming back? Deontay Johnson coming back, probably around week 5. or maybe even week 6, I would say okay, but ultimately I would want to get more out of the trade of trading away a starting running back in this league. Anthony had a question, says PPR subbed Roshan. Saquon Barkley is doubtful. I have London, Akers, Bigsby, Hunt for my second flex. Can also possibly pick up Chark or Kelly. Don't trust. Yeah, at this point, for your second flex, I'd play London if you can still put him in the lineup. Ibrahim Yusuf says, with Carr playing, he's not playing. Thomas over Pickens. I would still play Thomas over Pickens with Jameis. Yeah. Let's see here. John sends in a question. John Cozier says, for the full PPR, do I play Pacheco, Myers, Godwin, or Palmer? I'll take Pacheco there out of the 4 options. Sean Bond says, in a one wide receiver rest season, Elijah Mitchell, DJ Chark, or Quentin Johnston. Quentin Johnston would be my answer there. Thank you. Beef for work. We got to get to 350 likes, man. We got to get to 350 likes, and then we'll go over kicker and defensive rankings. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. So we took care of John's question. We move on to Sean Bonds. Yeah, we'll take Quentin Johnston there. We move on to Hood's question. Hood Blaze says, my lineup consists of Tua, Monty, Adams, Waddle, Bijan as my flex. Would you change anything? I have Ridley on standby with Jimmy G out. I have Ridley on standby. Am I playing? I mean, I would honestly, I'd play Ridley ahead of Waddle today, as you guys can see on the rankings on screen. Moving on, Rose question says, full PPR, wide receiver 2, Drake London, Michael Thomas, Tyler Lockett. I would rather play Tyler Lockett over the bunch. So it would be Tyler Lockett, Michael Thomas, Drake London in that order. Thank you. Let's see here. Next question. We move on to someone in the chat was saying, did you see... Where was that? Where did that go? Okay, that's going to get time. Okay, boom. All right, cool. I think we're good. Okay, so we took care of T-Man. We took care of that. Okay, cool. So now we move on to Roast. Yeah, so we took care of Rose's question. Justin had a question. Justin Scarborough says, Andrew, in a full PPR, Addison, Pickens, or Kelly? I'll take Addison over the bunch. Thank you. Sean Richardson says, Javonte Williams or Damian Pierce? I'll take Javonte. Ridley or Ayuk? I take Ridley. Next question, we have Big DYL23 says, Dotson or Roshan Johnson? Full PPR. I'll take Roshan Johnson there. JD says, nervous for Tank Dell against Pittsburgh. Is Elijah Moore safer? Is he technically safer? I wouldn't say objectively. No, I wouldn't say he's safer. I think he's fine. I think it's fine playing Tank Dell there. Let's see here. XVis Tuna says, in a full PPR, Achane, McLaurin, Collins, Javonte. In a full PPR between that bunch of players, I would play Javonte Williams. Thank you. Javarius says, in a half PPR, drop quarterback Purdy, Smith, or Richardson. If I'm dropping one of the 3 options, I would drop Geno Smith. I'd keep Purdy and Anthony Richardson on roster. The Truth says, which tight end should I start? Logan Thomas, Gerald Everett, or Donald Parham? I prefer Logan Thomas. Logan Thomas 1, Gerald Everett 2, Donald Parham 3. Let's see, especially if it's a half PPR or full PPR. If it's a standard league, then I could justify playing Parham ahead of them, technically. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Sim. Sim said, in a full PPR, Achane, Roshan, or Godwin? Fan from Australia. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's play Achane this week over the bunch there, Sim. Thank you. Matt says, Ridley or James Cook? Love you. Between those two, I'd rather play Ridley, especially if it's like a half or full PPR. I'd rather play Ridley today. Thank you. Eric Sanchez says, can you read out kicker and defensive rankings? Yes, I will. I'll get there. I'll get there. Trust me, I'll get there. It's early. All right, so defensive rankings. Let's see here. We have the following. Begins with our number 1, the Eagles. Number 2, I have the 49ers. 3 is the Chiefs. 4 is the Cowboys. 5 is the Steelers. 6 is the Bengals. 7 is the Browns. 8 is the Broncos. 9 is the Colts. 10 is the Saints. 11 is the Jaguars. And 12 is the Buccaneers. I have honorable mentions 13 and 14 Ravens and Patriots. We move on to the kicker conversation. Number 1, Jake Moody. Number 2, Jake Elliott. Number 3, Brandon Aubrey. Number 4, Tyler Bass. Number 5, Brett Maher. Number 6, Dustin Hopkins. 7 is Justin Tucker. 8 is Harrison Butker. 9, Evan McPherson. 10 is Jason Sanders. 11 is Kaimi Fairbairn. 12 is Matt Gay. And in honorable mentions, 13 and 14, Cameron Dicker and Jason Myers. Thank you. All right, that's all encompassing kicker defensive rankings. Hopefully you guys have one of those potential players on each side. Judy or Kittle in a half PPR. I would rather play Kittle, to be totally honest there, Sag. Andrew Clark says, even if Debo plays, I hope he puts up a goose egg. That is disrespectful. How dare you wish that upon our fantasy teams, Andrew? How dare you? And Ando says, in a half PPR, start to Mixon, Cook, Swift, Kamara. Again, guys, the rankings on screen are for a half PPR. So, Ando, your question can be answered by just looking at the rankings that are quite literally right here. Let's see here. We had a question that came in. Actually, let me go ahead and check this out. Where are we at? Okay, we're good. Okay, we're cool. All right, moving on. Let's hope that the Jacksonville Jaguars offense wakes up a little bit here, huh? All right, so now that we've gone ahead and we have found ourselves in a position where the game has now begun, the rankings have changed on screen. So I've gone ahead and I've removed everyone that is from this game, all Atlanta Falcons and all Jacksonville Jaguars. They are no longer included. Therefore, we have the new updated rankings with Bijan, Etienne, Christian Kirk, Calvin Ridley, Evan Ingram, Trevor Lawrence out. So we have more players into the mix overall, and hopefully that kind of gives you guys a better indication as to who we're playing. Nice little run by Travis Etienne. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from, after Eric Sanchez, we have Big Dog Pound 1 says, start 2 in a full PPR at the flex position. Palmer, Evans, Dell, and Nico Collins. Out of those potential options, let's see, where do I have them ranked full PPR? Here's the thing. I mentioned this yesterday throughout my live stream. If you have Mike Evans, you're kind of beholden to having to play him, even though he has the kryptonite on the opposite side of the field. In a full PPR, I'll take Mike Evans and Joshua Palmer this week. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a follow-up question from Justin Scarborough. He says, then a follow-up, flex full PPR, Pickens or Kelly? Thank you. In a PPR, I would rather play Pickens there. Thank you. Rico Baptiste says, can Kansas City defense become a top 5 rest of the season? Here's the thing. I mentioned this in the preseason, and I've mentioned this on multiple occasions. The Kansas City defense has been top 8 in fantasy football for the last 5 consecutive years, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, if you want to just look at the last decade of football, in general, fantasy football, the Kansas City Chiefs have been top 12 more than any other defense. Can you imagine that? The Kansas City defense. So can they be top 5 rest of the season? They could be, sure, but at least as of late, they've had really favorable matchups, which obviously brings them into the fold as to being weekly plays. As they go forward, when you take on like the Chargers, you're not going to be able to trust them in those kind of matchups, but ultimately for now, we're good to go. All right, we had a question that came in from Shivam Patel. Thank you very much, Shivam. Appreciate it. In a half PPR, pick one. Brian Robinson, I'm assuming that's Zay Flowers, sorry. Zay Flowers, HN, or McLaurin. In a half PPR, if I'm picking one of those potential 4 options, I'll take HN in my lineup. Thank you. Sim says, in a full PPR, Anthony Richardson or Tua Tagovailoa. Again, rankings on screen. As you can see, I have Tua at number 6. I have Anthony Richardson at number 7. So they're back-to-back, but I do prefer Tua against the Buffalo Bills today. Thank you. 3 touches for ETN. I would hope so. I mean, goodness gracious. He's literally the better running back in this backfield. Hopefully they don't give Tank Bigsby the goal line carries today, though. That's the only thing that we're hoping that does not take place. You think the Ravens have a chance to against the Browns this week? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Look, here's the thing. Even though the Ravens really did underperform and kind of showed up pretty lackluster last week against the Indianapolis Colts, they're a good team. They're going to get offensive linemen back, which certainly helped. They'll have Gus Edwards at a full capacity. He is no longer in concussion protocol. They get Justice Hill back as well. The only issue that the Ravens have offensively is no Odell Beckham and no Rashad Bateman. So that's kind of why I've adjusted and I've moved Lamar Jackson just down one slot. He's going to be in a tough situation, but ultimately it should still be a competitive game. They're very familiar with one another. Both offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators are the same. So, I mean, actually, though, the offensive coordinator of the Ravens is different, and the defensive coordinator of the Browns is different. So that's the only kind of thing that's changed in terms of a variable within the matchup in comparison to last year. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Dale Derrick. Dale Derrick says the following: double flex, full PPR, Madison, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, and or Miles Sanders. Okay, so of those available options, I would feel most comfortable playing Alexander Madison alongside of Zay Flowers. Yeah, those are the two that I would go with in that regard. As for your follow-up question, actually it's not even it's just more of a statement. I'm starting Hurts, Swift, Devonta Smith, DK Metcalf, and Kelsey. Yeah, so I'd play Madison alongside of Zay Flowers. Thank you. Alex Glass says wide receiver Davis or Moore. So Gabe Davis or Elijah Moore. In a full PPR, I'd probably lean towards Elijah Moore. In a half PPR standard, I'd roll with Gabe Davis there. As for your follow-up, Hall, Hunt, or Elliott, start two. I would play Hall and Elliott. I think there's a very good chance that he could line up on the goal line today and have a little bit of a revenge game against his former team. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Big Cat. Says, hi, start two in the flex, full PPR. Puka Nacua, Raheem Mostert, Amari Cooper. I'll take Mostert and I'll take Puka there. Thank you. Trent says in a question, says, hey, Andrew, full PPR, Jacobs, Kamara, Kyron, and Judy. Pick two, Jacobs and Kyron Williams. Thank you. Let's see here. What is Trevor Lawrence doing? Throwing it out of bounds? Great. Love to see that. Come on, Trevor. All right, let's see here. Frederick in the chat was saying, should I start Achane or Tutu Atwell in the flex? Half PPR, already starting Puka Nacua. All right, let's see here. Who do I have ranked higher in a half PPR? Achane is the following. Okay, so Achane's there. Now, where do I have Tutu Atwell in comparison? I have Tutu Atwell ahead of him. Yep, we'll take Tutu there. And somebody else was asking, is Achane worth a start today? I think it depends, right? Like, ultimately, it's just a matter of what you have available on roster and then the comparative risk of playing Achane compared. I mean, look, I would venture to say we're going to see a lot of Achane going forward. That performance that he had, even though he's not going to be able to repeat it, he'll certainly get enough snaps going forward to at least be relevant for fantasy purposes in a top 24 capacity. That's why I have him ranked as such. So I do believe that he's going to be of value, but for now, it just depends on what we're comparing him to as to whether or not he's a startable option. Ahmed says, is Gabe Davis a safer play than Zay Flowers? I need 10 points from one. I could probably say no, but if you think Gabe Davis is going to score today, then you would play him. If you don't think he's going to score today, then you probably are safer just playing Zay Flowers with Odell Beckham Jr. and Rashad Bateman both out and not playing today's game. DJ said Bijan Robinson with 3 question marks. DJ, the game already started, my brother. That game already started. The rankings that were literally these ones that now have just been updated, and then I'm going back to the new ones, those rankings are gone because Bijan's already in your lineup and he's locked in. So you don't need to worry about Bijan. That's irrelevant now. Atlanta's pass defense is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, look, of course they're pretty good. They've brought in, a brand new defense this offseason. You should see how many signings they had. Let's see here. Okay, let me pull a couple things up here really quickly before I get to answering a couple more of these questions. First and foremost, where is it? Okay, cool. Let's do this. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Just want to make sure we're all up to date. I didn't miss anybody. Okay, cool. Let's see here. We had a question in the chat. Dell or Evans? At this point, Daniel, I'm probably just playing Evans. Pikachu, I choose you. That's a good one. That's actually a good one. Dilo says, where on Patreon can I find rest of season rankings? At this moment in time, I don't have rest of season rankings up. They'll be up next week. But yeah. that's when they'll be readily available. Usually, I like to wait every month, give it 4 weeks of time before I rank anything. Just want to get like a broader spectrum of stats that I can utilize in order to kind of determine rest of season potential. Hey Andrew, thoughts on Taysom Hill not ranked as in your tight ends? Yeah, he'll never be ranked again. I'll just put it that way. Unless Taysom Hill starts playing quarterback, he's too risky. Like just straight up, he's too risky. Let's see here. Okay, going back to answering some questions, shall we? So after Big Cat's question, we took care of that. Trent, we took care of his question. We move on to Garrett. Garrett says in a full PPR, pick one: Achane, Kamara, Pacheco. I'll take Pacheco out of the three. Thank you. Not Lucid says full PPR: Collins, Davis, or DeAndre. In a full PPR, I mean, I'd probably end up playing Nico Collins. I don't trust Ryan Tannehill at all. Like even a little bit. Like sure, even with Treylon Burks out, I still don't trust Ryan Tannehill enough to get the ball in the direction of DeAndre Hopkins. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of the situation. And then additionally to your follow-up player, besides Collins, it's Davis. Davis literally needs to score a touchdown. If you think he does, and you're willing to take that, kind of role, by all means, take the role. But I'm not going to. Not at this capacity. I'll take Nico Collins instead. I mean, look, the rankings on screen. I have Nico Collins at 31. I have DeAndre Hopkins at 34, and I have Gabe Davis at 35. So, like, they're still good plays. They're in the same realm. It's just a matter of, do I prefer it? Are you watching the Toy Story game? No, I'm not. Should I be? If the Toy Story game doesn't have Arthur Smith, the head coach of the Falcons, looking like Mr. Potato Head, then they've done a mistake. They have absolutely sold the bag. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Rico Baptiste. Says, thoughts on Elijah Moore? On my waivers, pick him. You could. I mean, again, I think Elijah Moore is more of a full PPR player. That's where his primary value is going to be kind of accumulated. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Xavier Rubin. Says, in a full PPR, Godwin or Nico Collins? I'll take Nico Collins this week. Thank you, Xavier. Appreciate it. Alex Glass says in a there's no format. DJ Moore, my bad. I have Mixon. Okay, so your follow-up so your prior question, Alex, was Davis, as in Gabriel Davis, or DJ Moore. Okay, yeah. So I'll take still Gabriel Davis over DJ Moore. Yeah, I'm comfortable enough with that because DJ Moore is also a guy that needs a touchdown to be relevant within the given week. So yeah, I'll take that. I also have Mixon. Yeah, I mean, look, you're already starting Mixon, so there's no problem there. But yeah, for sure, I would still play Davis over DJ Moore specifically. Let's see here. What do we have? Any new reports? Okay, nothing there. We had a question that came in from DXMan100. Says Gabriel Davis over Palmer. I'm facing Josh Allen. No. As you guys can see on screen, I have Joshua Palmer at 27, Gabe Davis at 35. Thank you. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. At this current moment in time, we have up-to-date rankings on screen with all players from the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Falcons game extracted, gone, because again, why would we need to rank players that have already started playing? It's the same logic of not having players that have already played on Thursday, right? Additionally, there are 79% of you who believe that the Jacksonville Jaguars will be winning this game, interestingly enough. So while we are here, let's see here. We have a question that came in from Anthony Barrett. Anthony Barrett says, hey, bud, full PPR, Joshua Kelly or Jalen Warren? I would legitimately play Joshua Kelly. I would. At that point, I would go back the third time to the well. I would. Reminder, while we're on the subject of talking about how many votes we have on our poll here, 854 and counting, if we could do me a solid, click the like button down below. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Specifically, somebody was asking, Andrew, when are we talking about defense and kicker rankings again? I will probably go over it once again at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So in about 13 minutes, we'll once again go over that topic. Thank you. Terry was saying, have Tua and Tyreek Hill, start Mostert, Mixon, or James Cook. 3 Dolphins. Yeah, I'm willing to play 3 Dolphins. Again, this is a game, Terry, where the Buffalo Bills taking on the Miami Dolphins. It's the highest implicated total points based on all the sports books. So the assumption is a 53.5. It's going to be a very high scoring game. So the three primary options of that offense, Tua, Tyreek Hill, and Mostert, I'd love to have all of them on my team. That way I'd be able to encompass all of the touchdowns regardless of what's going on there. So yeah, I'm willing to go with that. Let's see here. Where are we at? Okay. So we had a question that came in from Ryan. Ryan, there wasn't anything attached to your question. There it is. Full PPR. Palmer, Najee Harris, Dallas Goedert. I'll take Palmer there this week. Thank you. Let's see here. Brett says, "Hi Andrew, mind explaining why you like Mostert so much this week? Sounds like a timeshare backfield. What makes it sound like a timeshare backfield? Was there something that you heard that I'm not aware of? Like, did specifically Mike McDaniel say we're doing a timeshare? Because based on everything that we've seen, even last week, Mostert is clearly number one, the goal line back. And then on top of it, the preferred receiving back, the dude had 7 receptions. And then on top of it, was pulled earlier in the game and they let Devon Achane clean up in the second half. Like, clear and away, Raheem Mostert is the lead back of that team. Clear and away. So I'm not too worried about it. Come on, Trevor. Get out of the pocket. There we go. And there's his wheels. There we go, Trevor. Yee. Here we go. Tyler Lockett or Zay Flowers? Again, I would play Tyler Lockett. Rankings are up to date on screen, guys. Are the rankings on screen not legible? I'd actually like to know. That's all I want to know. Because if it's not legible, I'll just take it off screen, and I'll figure it out later. You know what I mean? I'm trying to do my best to just answer questions passively, but it seems like the rankings on screen, for as long as I've had them up on screen for the last couple years, for some reason they just don't work. Y'all just don't want to pay attention to them. I don't know why. It's so clear. Carr is expected to start. I mean, honestly, I'd leave the players at the same ranking. I'm not changing it. I don't know why he's expected to start. I literally saw a report. Where's the report? Let's see here. Where is the report? I swear I saw a report like not even 20 minutes ago that said Jameis Winston will start today. I'm not even joking. Let's see here. Jameis Winston. Let's go find the report. Unless that has just been wiped off the face of the earth. Where did it go? Can I not find it? I mean, I think it may have gotten wiped off the face of the earth. Whoever posted it probably deleted the post, now that I'm thinking about it, because I don't even see it. Wow. Okay. Derek Carr is likely to play as of 36 minutes. Where's the Jameis Winston post I saw? It's literally been wiped off the face of the earth. I'm not even joking. Okay, very well. But yeah, I would probably still keep the rankings as such. Olave is going to play great. Michael Thomas is going to play great. Michael Thomas probably actually lower ranked, if anything, but I'll leave it as such under the assumption that he'll get the job done. If I need to change it, I'll figure it out. Okay, where are we at here? Perfectly legible. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Where are we at? We had a question that came in from Calvin. Calvin, where's your question, my man? Calvin's question was, do you think Debo will play? If not, play Mims or Robert Woods. Debo's going to play. If he doesn't, assuming, let's say, for example, he has a setback in warm-ups, I'd play Robert Woods in his stead. Thank you. Palmer or Elijah Moore? I'd rather play Palmer. Thank you. What is Trevor Lawrence doing? Nice. Christian Kirk. Let's go. Where are we at here? How do we feel about Mostert once Jeff Wilson comes back? Not as confident, I'll tell you that much. If you can sell Mostert now, it's not a bad idea. Half PPR, Tank Dell or Miles Sanders. I'd probably end up playing Tank Dell there, primarily because I don't even know how healthy Miles Sanders is. And for some reason, despite the fact that Frank Reich has built an offense to run the ball and his personnel is pretty much built to do so, they refuse to run the ball with that organization, or at least they can't do it effectively. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Let's see here. Winston is starting. I'm seeing multiple reports. Now I'm starting to lose my mind. Why is this? What has happened? Because I just saw a report from 36 minutes ago from Ian Rappaport that says Las Vegas fans, okay, Derek Carr is likely to start for the Saints, barring a setback. I mean, I'll take his word for it. But last time I swear I saw. Wait, is that really what the Toy Story game looks like? No way. That's ridiculous. Okay, moving on. Andrew Clark says, you won't know if he has a setback because of the 125. Robert Woods plays at 10 a.m. Yeah, probably. You're not wrong. Let's go see the schedule. Week 4, NFL. When does Deebo Samuel play? Yeah, Deebo plays this afternoon, 125. So technically, yes, Andrew Clark is correct. So to go back to answer that question, specifically, was Deebo Samuel, is he going to play? If he doesn't, do we play Robert Woods or another potential option there? You'd probably, or Mims, you would probably then at that point, let's see, does Mims play in the afternoon? He does not. You would have to find another option in the afternoon slate of games, whether it be on the Raiders, Chargers, Patriots, Cardinals, 49ers, Cowboys, Chiefs, Jets. You'd have to find another option there if Deebo doesn't go, but I'm not too worried about it. I do expect him to play. He's a tough son of a gun, so I'd assume he'll be all ready to go. All right, let's see here. We had a question that says Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. Who do I start? I'll take Josh Allen there. Let's see here. Mark says, good morning, Andrew. Who do you like, Jalen Warren or, sorry, would you start Jalen Warren over Rachaad White? I wouldn't, no. I like the matchup. I just don't like the volume of opportunity in comparison. We had a question that came in from Chris Rosado. It says, Zay Flowers or Miles Sanders half PPR? I'll take Zay Flowers there. And of course, I mean, wait, is that D'Ernest Johnson running the ball? Is that actually D'Ernest Johnson? Why is Travis Etienne not in the game? Didi says full PPR. Deshaun Watson, Pickett, or Dobbs? Deshaun Watson, Pickett, or Dobbs? If I'm playing one of the three, I would play Deshaun Watson this week. Thank you. Raiders QB starting. I'm worried about Myers. You shouldn't be worried about Myers. If anything, Myers will play better than where I have him ranked. What's up, David? Hope you're doing well. What are we doing here, Trevor Lawrence? Man, Trevor Lawrence is under duress the entire game, and then we have ourselves a Calvin Ridley touchdown. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. And we're back. Just like that. Just like that. Wait, is that why did they put up a Christian Kirk graphic? That's not Christian Kirk. Okay. But yeah, let me see here. Where the heck does this pressure come from? Okay, they brought a safety. And quite literally, oh man, somebody earlier was saying Atlanta's coverage is great. They're good at covering when they cover. In those scenarios, my goodness, they let him go, huh? Woo, baby. That's goodness. That's crazy. All right, let's see here. Bald God says, why do you have A-Chain so high? Do I have him so high? Where do I have A-Chain? I have A-Chain at 19. Volume of touches, better offense, better game script, better pizza, Papa John's. No, honestly, in comparison to all the other options that sit below him, I could see a world in which Brian Robinson outscores him very easily. He should be able to, right? But I don't know if Brian Robinson is going to be able to run the ball against Philadelphia in a negative game script. No one has been able to successfully run the ball against Philadelphia this year, nor should they. I mean, they have the best defensive line in the league. So Brian Robinson, it's tough to do that unless he scores a touchdown. Rachaad White, same thing. Tough matchup. Scoring a touchdown is unlikely. Najee Harris is a bum. Not really, but, he's obviously not played well enough, averaging like 3.5 yards per carry this season, not getting too many touches. Miles Sanders is a little bit injured, dealing with a groin injury. Could see a lot more Chuba Hubbard in the given game. Damian Pierce doesn't have an offensive line. Joshua Kelly is not to be trusted. Gus Edwards has Justice Hill in his back pocket in a tough matchup. Like, there aren't really better options than Devon Achane. So I don't even I don't see that being like a high-ranked player in comparison to all the other guys that I have on screen. You know what I mean? I have Ridley benched this week. Hopefully DK won't let me down. Oh no, why didn't you start Ridley? Ah, no. Oh no. Listen, Ridley was going to have the revenge game. That's what we talked about this week. The revenge game. I mean, like, even, let's see here. Where did I have him ranked? Prior to him playing, I had him at 11, as you guys can see. So I had him at 11. Like, I mean, he should be balling today. If anything, he scores another touchdown. All right. We had a couple questions that were sent in via Super Chat. Thank you very much for sending those in. Let me go ahead and get to those. We had Stephen Brackett. Thank you very, or Bracken, excuse me. Says, 1, Toy Story game was so bad. Sorry, not so bad. Toy Story was so sad to watch. Had to turn it off. Good luck this week. Okay, so that's, there wasn't a number 2. You put number 1, Toy Story game was so sad to watch, I turned it off. I'm assuming you meant 2, good luck this week. 3, sucks, Musgrave is done. What do you mean Musgrave is done? Luke Musgrave got a concussion, so I don't know what you're on about. But I appreciate it, thank you. DB forever, man. DB, you're back and better than ever, huh? All right, DB, what's your question? DB says, no email. I use code Andrew, deposited 50, full people. Okay, first and foremost, hold up. DB, can you do me a favor? Let me point you in the direction of something really quickly, DB. Let's see here. Let me make sure we're on the same page. Okay, DB, do me a favor. Go into the, if you're listening, DB, hopefully you're here. Go into the description of the video. There is an email there next to business inquiries. Send me an email right now of your Underdog account. So like the email and your password. It's not the password, excuse me. Your email and your username that is associated with the account, so I can figure out why you didn't receive the email so that I can check my list and send it to you. Because yeah, that shouldn't be happening. So I apologize that you didn't receive that. That's probably an error that I'll have to contact Underdog about. But DB, have you received the draft guide or have you received anything up until now at all? That's my primary question, so that we can get that kind of settled, because that is unacceptable, and I apologize that you haven't received that yet. Brian Colorado says, did you see my question? What's your question, Brian? You should have just typed your question. Did you see my question? Did you see my question? Did you see my question? What question did you have, Brian? You didn't. Brian, I literally F3'd like search function your name, and there's not a single question from you. Did you send in a super chat? Because I don't have one from you. All right. Let's see here. Where's DB? No, I did it right before games last week. Okay, DB, do me a favor. Send me an email at the email that is corresponded in the description so that I can send you over your stuff. Thanks. All right, we had a question that came in from Matthew. Matthew, thank you very much. Matthew says, in a half PPR, would you trade Olave, Dell, Jamison Williams for Ridley, Flowers, and Dotson? Olave, Dell, and Jamison Williams for Ridley, Flowers, and Dotson. I'm willing to make that trade. Sure. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think Ridley's better than Olave rest of the season. I think Flowers is better than Dell rest of the season. And if it's between Jamison and Dotson, Jamison really hasn't proven much, so I'll hope that Dotson can maybe get back on track. I don't mind that. All right. Scar Shiesty says, morning, Andrew. Hope all is well. All is well. Thank you. Appreciate it. DJ Moore or Tank Dell as my wide receiver too. DJ Moore or Tank Dell as my... I'll take Tank Dell there. Standard scoring format. Yeah, I'm okay with that still. I think Tank Dell, obviously, he majority of his fantasy points last week was on one singular play on broken coverage in which he scored a touchdown running past the Jacksonville secondary. But for now, Yeah, I'm fine with him over DJ Moore in the given week. Thank you. Myers or Pacheco? I play Pacheco this week. Let's see here. Alex Sondergrass, thank you very much, Alex. Appreciate it. Alex says, "Good morning, my friend. I'm currently 1-2. Any changes to make to my potential lineup here? 6-point standard format. Okay, so Burrow, Geno Smith. We have Pollard, Mostert, Walker, JJ, Puka, Laporta, 49ers defense. Aubrey's your kicker. Montgomery, Sanders, Garrett Wilson, Watson, Judy, Palmer, and Goddard. Okay, so of those available, do I change anything in the lineup? I don't. I keep it as such. Mostert, Walker, JJ, Puka, Laporta, you're good. The defense and the kicker's perfect. Pollard's great. If it's between Burrow and Geno, I don't know how healthy truly Joe Burrow is. That's why I have Joe Burrow ranked on screen as my number 14 quarterback, while I have Geno at 12. I think the matchup will certainly help Joe Burrow still be relevant, regardless of the fact that he's playing against a team that could definitely rush the passer and additionally could definitely bother his calf and force him out of the pocket. But for right now, yeah, I'll take Geno Smith there as the quarterback of the week. Thanks. All right, let me see here. Let me go and find my email just to make sure that I get anything that DB sends over. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. I love how most people ignore the rankings on screen. I love it too, Matt. It's hilarious. It actually is. Let's see here. Chase Claypool got traded to Applebee's. Oh, that's, he might as well have been. Chase Claypool made a very interesting business decision earlier this week. One of the reporters asked him quite literally to his face, said, "Hey, do you think you're being utilized correctly within this offense?" He looked at the reporter and said no. And now he's inactive. What a surprise. What a surprise. Myers or Rachaad White? I'd play Myers there. That was my question. LOL. Thanks, Andrew. Okay, I got your question now, Brian. I have Wilson, Lockett, Diggs, Thomas, and Boyd. Who could I trade Wilson or Lockett for? I have Bijan Robinson, Walker. Nice job, Christian Kirk. Connor, Pacheco. Also, would you start Thomas over Wilson or Pacheco? I'd probably play Pacheco over the bunch there. Oh, sorry. Okay, so those are two different questions, Brian. Thomas over Wilson, yes. I'd play Michael Thomas over Garrett Wilson today. Pacheco over Garrett Wilson, yes. I would play Pacheco over Garrett Wilson. To go back to your primary question, you have Wilson, Lockett, Diggs, Thomas, and Boyd. Who could you trade Wilson or Lockett for? I wouldn't be trying to trade either of them, to be totally honest. No Garrett Wilson ranking? No. His quarterback is Zach Wilson. I can't trust that. I honestly wouldn't try to move Garrett Wilson. If anything, I want to hold him because when Trevor Siemian takes over, he'll be better off. Hey, Andrew, how do you expect Garrett Wilson's stock to change if Siemian plays? I mean, quite frankly, I think he'll go from being like a 6 to 8 point player to being like a 10 to 13 point player. It's not a huge jump, but for fantasy purposes on average, well, he's going to have far more upside plays than he does now, which again, even though he was able to somehow still be relevant in week 1 despite a terrible fade pass in the corner of the end zone, which obviously Mr. Garrett Wilson had to do all the work there. And then in week 2, where Garrett Wilson had to catch a ball and go by himself 66 yards, evading multiple tackles, this last week pretty much showed its, the ugly reality of what Zach Wilson presents, which is probably 6 points for Garrett Wilson on a great week. So unfortunately, it's not good there. But if you can go from scoring 6 points a week to 12 points a week, we'll take it. He'll go to being like a top 24 option. He'll probably finish as like wide receiver 22 or something like that by the end of the season, once they switch quarterbacks. Okay, I was wrong about Atlanta's pass defense. Yeah, they're getting cut up, aren't they? They're getting cooked. James Conner against the 49ers or Joe Mixon against the Titans. I don't love either matchup, but I do think that Joe Mixon will be leaned upon a little bit more this week. I'll take Joe Mixon there. James Conner is so high against the San Francisco 49ers. So high on what? On the rankings? Absolutely not. He's not. You got to remember, James Conner doesn't just run the ball. He catches the ball out of the backfield quite often. All right, let's see here. We had a question from DB. Says, I'm an idiot. I put my secondary email. Sorry, I got it. Okay, cool. Glad that you were able to get it. I mean, if you have the email, my brother, then you have the rankings. You ain't got to ask me questions. Full PPR, Devin Singletary, Jerick McKinnon, or Justice Hill. For right now, I'd say Justice Hill 1, Jerick McKinnon 2, Devin Singletary 3. Thank you. Let's see here. Okay, really quickly. We passed 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time without me talking about kickers and defenses. So let's go ahead. Let me end the poll real quick, just so we're all on the same page. Let's go ahead and let's go over kickers and defenses once again, shall we? All right, top 12 defenses going into the week. Actually, we'll just mention, considering the Jaguars have already played, let's delete them out of that list. Let's mention the top 13 defenses, okay? Here we go. Number 1, we have the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 2, I have the San Francisco 49ers. 3 is the Kansas City Chiefs. 4, Dallas Cowboys. 5, Pittsburgh Steelers. 6, Cincinnati Bengals. 7, Cleveland Browns. 8, Denver Broncos. 9, Indianapolis Colts. 10, 10, New Orleans Saints. 11, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 12, Baltimore Ravens. Honorable mention number 13, Patriots. Those are of the remaining defenses this week. Obviously, I had to remove the Jaguars from that. Moving on. Kickers. Number 1, Jake Moody. Number 2, Jake Elliott. Number 3, Brandon Aubrey. Number 4, Tyler Bass. Number 5, Brett Maher. 6 is Dustin Hopkins. 7 is Justin Tucker. 8 is Harrison Butker. 9 is Evan McPherson. 10 is Jason Sanders. 11 is Kaimi Fairbairn. 12 is Matt Gay. 13 is Cameron Dicker. 14 is Jason Myers. A couple names that may not be potentially rostered in your league would probably be guys like Dustin Hopkins. Check if he's available. Maybe you have an inconsistent kicker. Maybe you've been rostering someone like Greg Joseph for the last couple weeks. I feel like Dustin Hopkins, if I'm not mistaken, has been like 10 points a week for the last 3 consecutive games. Obviously being highly utilized within that overall offense. There's a reason why they went ahead and they cut Cade York this offseason, because they need a kicker in order to win games, and that obviously has been demonstrated thus far. Let me see here. Where is Dustin Hopkins? Dustin Hopkins on Yahoo is currently only rostered in 3% of leagues. The last 3 weeks of production, 12, 9, and 12. Again, a pretty good player to say the very least, and he's currently ranked as my number 6 kicker, so could be available if you guys are in need of a kicker play. Jake Moody is a stud. I mean, yes, of all the kickers that have been drafted highly as of late, Jake Moody's panning out very well. All right. D. Breu says, in a full PPR, 1 wide receiver, 1 flex. Mondre, Nico, Lockett, Thielen. I would end up playing Lockett and Mondre this week. Thank you. Mr. Brosk, 18. Broski. I didn't even see the I there because it combined with the number 1. Mr. Broski, 18, says, hey, Andrew. Might have missed it. Did you answer my question from earlier? Let's figure this out, shall we? Mr. Broski. I don't have a question from you earlier. If you could just type it in the chat, I'll be sure to answer it. Thank you. Tutu will look like T.Y. Hilton at Colts. I mean, I hope so. They kind of have the same build, right? You know what's interesting? Maybe some of you already know this random statistic, or not statistic, more like a fact, random fact. T.Y. Hilton's real government full first name is Eugene. Not a lot of people know that. Can you show us the defense? Unfortunately, I cannot. I'd have to go make a whole different graphic, and that would take some time. Full PPR, White or Judy? I would rather play Jerry Judy over Rashad White today. Evan Ingram, question mark. Jack, Evan Ingram is already playing, my brother. He is literally in the game as we speak, and the score is 7-0 as Trevor Lawrence drops back, gets hit, lets it go, and incomplete. You see what I'm saying? The game's already started, so I don't need to rank him. We ranked him before the game started this morning. Let's see here. There was a question. Ravens or Bucks defense? I have the Bucks defense higher, Jesse. Start Tua or Geno? Tua. Can you delete the duplicate question, Luke? Says filling. Just leave it alone, man. You're fine. Don't worry about the duplicate questions. Hey, Andrew. I know it's gross, but Herbert or Spears? Oh, no, I'd rather play Herbert there. I don't think it's that gross. I mean, again, they're playing against the Broncos defense. I think they'll be fine. So, yeah, I'd play Khalil Herbert there. Scar Shiesty says, Brees or DJ Moore in a standard scoring format. I would play DJ Moore there, unironically. Pronounced bro? Is that really how you pronounce it? You could have had me convinced. D bro, thank you. Appreciate it. Would you start Ramondre over T. Higgins or Tutu Atwell? Says Zarif. Zarif, what is your scoring format, man? All right, let's see. There was a question that came in from Kenneth Williams. Thank you very much, Kenneth. I greatly appreciate it. Says flex question, full PPR. Godwin, Pickens, Waller. I need two. I would play Waller and Pickens this week. Thank you. There was a question that came in from Your Veer. Your Veer says, rank flex, Zach Moss, DJ Moore, Marquise Hollywood Brown, Pacheco, Ford, Achane. My running backs are Kyron Williams and James Cook. If I'm starting one of these players in the flex, undoubtedly I would play Zach Moss. Thank you. Sean Brisky says, would you play Nico Collins over DJ Moore, even with Claypool out? Yes, Claypool doesn't do anything, guys. He literally doesn't do anything. Like, how many targets has Claypool garnered in the last couple weeks? Let's see. Chase Claypool. Let's pull up his game logs from the last couple weeks. Targets. 2 for 0 catches week 1. 8 targets for 3 receptions, 36 in week 2. Okay, that's a pretty decent amount of targets. But then you go back to last week, 4 targets, 1 catch, 15 yards. Let's say, for example, all those targets go in the direction of DJ Moore. That would be incredible. There's no guarantee those are even accurate enough targets to be actualized into receptions. That's the issue. So for now, yeah, I'd still play Nico Collins over DJ Moore. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Brian Shaw. Says death taxes and people ignoring Andrew's rankings on screen. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, that's you make a good point there. You make a good point. I'll tell you that much. You make a good point. It's so hard to start Atwell over Ayuk. Is it? I mean, maybe. I find it relatively easy. The thing is, they're both great plays, and that's the beautiful thing. But yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. Chris M4 says, wake up, Bijan. Listen, it's not Bijan Robinson that needs to wake up. It's Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder is such a... Oh. Desmond Ridder needs to wake up. All right? That's what needs to really happen. Honestly, I don't know what the Falcons are thinking, but I'm assuming their primary strategy for this season is win as many games as possible and draft a quarterback next year. That's my assumption, but we'll see. Claypool just got benched. Yeah, that was, I think, at 4 a.m. he got benched, or maybe it was earlier. Maybe it was like 3 a.m. Yeah, I saw the report before I fell asleep. Let's see here. We had a question that came in. It says McLaurin or DeAndre Hopkins. Burks is out. Yeah, I still prefer McLaurin in the matchup. I don't trust Ryan Tannehill at all. I'd love for DeAndre Hopkins to be a consistent option. I can't guarantee that being the case, unfortunately. Full PPR, Herbert or Roshan Johnson. I'd probably still play Herbert. My assumption is that Roshan Johnson is going to catch a couple passes, but it's tough to split the two. The only primary reason I prefer Herbert is because he's going to see the field more often. He'll probably get more rushing attempts, and with that, he probably has a little bit more upside. Did you see my question? Says Darius. Darius, I don't know where your question is, my brother. Where is it? Darius. I'm searching your name. You must have typed in a question a long time ago because I don't have anything from you, Darius. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Mig. Mig says, half PPR, Higbee or Thomas? Love you, Andrew. Thanks, man. All right, I would play Higbee. Yeah, Logan Thomas is fine, but at this point, yeah, I'm probably leaning in the direction of just playing Tyler Higbee there. Logan Thomas needs a touchdown. That's the only thing. And quite frankly, that's a really tough thing to try to have to guarantee. That was a good pass. I mean, he's just being double covered the whole time. Atlanta soft tanking by playing Ridder. I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good quarterbacks coming out of this draft, so why not? Good news, Cowboys have their center and right guard ready to play today. Great. That means Tony Pollard managers, we are ecstatic about that. What is this report about Derek Carr? Let's see here. Derek Carr will start at quarterback today. That is extremely interesting. Hey, we take it. It is what it is. Where are the Jaguars players ranked? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Here's the rankings. You see them on screen? Let's see here. Travis Etienne at 5, Calvin Ridley at 11, Christian Kirk at 23, Evan Ingram at 5, Trevor Lawrence at 12. Back to the new rankings. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, they're already starting. Like, the game is literally happening as we speak. The game is 10-0. Jacoby Myers or Tank Dell? Yeah, at this point, I still feel more confident playing Jacoby Myers, even with the new quarterback. I'll still take that. DJ Moore isn't in your ranking. No, he's not. He is not in my top 36 in comparison to those available players that you guys can see on screen. Why are you so down on Rachaad White? He gets all the touches. But does he score enough fantasy points? Isn't that the game? Score fantasy points? It's not who gets the most touches within a given week, right? The issue is, in a half PPR, Rachaad White has scored 5 points on 2 different occasions and has had one game in which he had a really easy matchup against the Chicago Bears where he scored a 17 bomb. Fantastic. But unfortunately this week he plays against the New Orleans Saints. And the New Orleans Saints run-stop defense is going to lock down the running game of an offensive line that is pretty much in shambles, in my opinion. Outside of Tristan Wirfs, there really isn't a good offensive lineman on that entire line. Rachaad White is pretty much at the mercy of what exactly the play call is if they get down into the red zone. He has to get a goal line carry and has to punch it in to be relevant. That's just the unfortunate reality of the situation with Rachaad White. And until he proves it by getting himself far better, yard per carry average, and those overall attempts matter, then that's the point. I mean, yeah, it's tough. The guy's like averaging 3 yards per carry. It's tough to trust it. Where are the Jaguars players? Okay, so we already took care of that. Curry was saying, have to start 2 of Javonte, Pacheco, and Robinson. Javonte and Pacheco are the higher ranked players on screen. Thank you. Appreciate it. We had a question that came in from Mr. Broski says, posted my question. What do you mean you posted your question? Where did it go? Broski, where did it go? I see it. Thank you, Broski. PPR. My team is Purdy, Ramondre, Madison, JJ, Olave, Laporta, Ayuk. My bench consists of Hopkins, Deshaun Watson, Charbonnet, Higbee, Gainwell, Akers, Mims, and Jeff Wilson Jr. Okay. 3-0. How should I improve my running back? So you have Madison, Ramondre as your 1-2 combo. You have Charbonnet, Gainwell, Akers. I mean, how do you improve your... I mean, the primary way to improve your running backs is to have to trade away one of your receivers. And quite frankly, I don't even want to trade away JJ or Olave. Like, unless you're going to make a huge come up, I don't think it's worth it. Maybe you can perhaps potentially find the Kenneth Walker manager and try to sell him on Charbonnet and bring back a running back in exchange. A Charbonnet and a receiver, like Hopkins and Charbonnet, to try to go get somebody. But otherwise, it's going to be tough to improve upon that because you don't really have much to work with. Like, you can try to move like Ayuk and Hopkins. I mean, I'd love for you to have gone after Josh Jacobs, but it's probably a little too late now. You could still go after someone like Jonathan Taylor and just try to get the upside of that. That's not a bad idea. You could still try to buy low on Derrick Henry. But until those... Oh, my goodness. Evan Ingram, you sold the bag. Oh, he covered. Okay, he recovered it. Whew. But yeah, until you start to move maybe those up, they're not upper tier players because I don't want to move JJ or Olave. Unless you move like Ayuk or Hopkins, it's going to be tough to bring in a running back. That's a given, I think. Full PPR, Myers or Michael Thomas, says Ibrahim. I probably still lean towards Michael Thomas there. Johnny Tran says Falcons offense looks, yeah, they definitely don't look great. I'll tell you that much. Should I start Addison over DJ Moore? Yes, I would, Thomas. Miles Sanders or Jacoby Myers? I probably still play Jacoby there. Here's the thing about Miles Sanders. They don't run the ball enough. They have a tough matchup against Minnesota. He's dealing with a groin injury. He missed Friday's practice. We'll probably see more Chuba Hubbard within the rotation. Those all don't bode well for his overall upside. Not to say that he can't have a successful week. He certainly can. It's just in comparison to Jacoby Myers, I'd rather just play Myers. Who's worse than Desmond Ridder? Who's worse, Desmond Ridder or Arthur Smith? That is a fantastic question, Jack. I would venture to say it is Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith is the primary issue within this offense. But yeah, interesting. All right, we had a question that came in from Trash. Trash says, hey, half PPR. My team is 0-3. I need help. Who do I start? Okay, let's see here. Your team consists of Jamar Chase, Pittman, Mixon, Harris, Kyren Williams, Hall, Rashad White, Sutton, Dell, Geno Smith, and Jones. Okay, I'd play Daniel Jones at quarterback. I'd play your first RB would be Kyren Williams. Your second RB would be Mixon. I mean, you're not playing Harris there. You're not playing Hall. You're not playing White. So yeah, it's going to be Kyren Williams and Mixon as your RB 1 and 2. Chase and Pittman are your wide receiver 1 and 2. Your flex this week in a half PPR scoring format. Let me see here. Is it Sutton, Dell, or is it someone like Harris? Let's go find my rankings. Control F. Where is Najee Harris comparatively? I have Cortland Sutton ahead of Najee Harris. And I have Tank Dell ahead of Cortland Sutton. So Tank Dell is your flex. So it would go, again, from the top, Trash. It would go Daniel Jones, Mixon, Kyren Williams, Pittman, Chase. I don't know who your tight end is, but I'm assuming he's an automatic start. And Tank Dell in your flex. Thank you. Let's see here. Moving on. We had a question that came in from Leo. Leo says in a full PPR, bench Ramondre, Mixon, Kyren Williams for Tutu Atwell or Tank. In a full PPR scoring format, I'd be willing to bench. Let me see. I think I'd be willing to bench Ramondre for Tutu Atwell. It may be a little aggressive, but I think I'd be willing to do it. Yeah, I have Tutu Atwell at 35 and Ramondre at 38 this week. So I'd be willing to swap that. Alicia says, start Tua or Lamar. I'll take Tua Tagovailoa this week. Thielen or Nico Collins? I'll take Thielen. Guys, a reminder, rankings are up to date as of this morning on screen. These rankings do not include players that have already played or are currently playing at this current moment in time. These rankings are up to date, ready to go. So if you're wondering within interpositions, who would you rather play, X or Y, Michael Pittman Jr. or Nico Collins, Tua Tagovailoa or Lamar Jackson, Tyler Higbee or Pat Freiermuth, those rankings are demonstrated, by corresponding numbers, vertically, within positions, all good to go. Hopefully that helps you. Greatly appreciate it. A reminder for those of you who are joining us this morning, if you have not yet already, do me a solid and click the like button. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Alrighty, let's see what we have here. We have Justin sending in a question. Says, in a full PPR, Zay Flowers or Nico? This is a tough one. I agree it's a tough one. I think the fact that there is no Odell Beckham Jr. or Rashad Bateman leads me to playing Zay Flowers in this overall week. It's just more of an overall target volume of opportunity in comparison to Nico Collins having to compete with Tank Dell, Robert Woods, etc. in a tougher matchup as well. Or actually, they're probably equally as difficult. If I had to, Denzel Ward's actually not an easy task, but they'll probably give him opportunities to free up, whether it's in the slot or something like that. So yeah, I'm still playing Flowers. Derek Carr is starting that's what I've also seen as well. What is the question attached to this? How does this affect the Saints players? I'm still leaving the players as such. The assumption of going from Derek Carr to Jameis Winston being a negative, potential connotation to those players, I don't really subscribe to that idea. So I'm thinking I'm leaving it as such. We're good to go. Thank you. Are rankings on screen full PPR? No, they are half PPR, just meeting everyone in the middle, whether you play in a standard league or a full PPR league. My fantasy partner swapped Goddard for Pitts. I'm crapping my pants right now. Patrick, best of luck. Let's hope for Kyle Pitts to have himself a monster game. Last time he was in London, he had a monster game, but that was a couple years back, obviously. Plumpy Lump, thank you very much. I appreciate that. What does it say? Your advice last year got me Kenneth Walker in the last round. This year it's Achane. Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, hey, listen. There's always those sneaky rookies, man. You always got to be snagging them running backs because just in case they end up breaking out. You want to have them on roster without having to spend any sort of waiver wire priority and stuff like that. Can you elaborate your ranking on Javonte over Kamara? Yeah, it's purely a matter of matchup. The Chicago Bears cannot stop the run. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, unless they're playing against the Philadelphia Eagles, are a very good run stopping defense. They've demonstrated that over the last 3 years now. Primarily the Chicago Bears in specific. Let's see what kind of yards and stats they've given up to opposing running backs. I mean, just last week alone, 55 and a touchdown to ETN. Sorry, not ETN. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, CEH. I just saw ETN. That's why I said it on the second monitor. Pacheco was 62 and a touchdown the week prior. Rashad White had 73 and a touchdown the week prior. Aaron Jones 41 and a touchdown prior to leaving with a hamstring injury. Like across the board, it is a significantly better matchup. And like I mentioned earlier this week with Javonte Williams, when you compare his overall touches and the volume that he gets in comparison to the other running backs within this offense, McLaughlin or Samaje Perine, he is already carved out like the full workload. Like let me go find the number. Where is it? Javonte Williams this season, in the last 2 games, he has 23 rushing attempts and 6 targets. That is 70% of the rushing attempts and 46% of the running back targets out of the backfield. So ultimately, nice volume of opportunity, clearly the lead back in an advantageous matchup, while Alvin Kamara is coming off a suspension in a bad matchup and will heavily have to rely upon a touchdown to be as relevant. You don't even have Garrett Wilson in the top 36, man. Wide receiver 2 is hurting. Yeah, can we trust Zach Wilson? Honestly, can we? I don't think so. I don't want to trust them. So I just leave it as such. Joshua says, stuck between Achane, Gabe Davis, Elijah Moore, full PPR. Any advice? Joshua, I would probably venture to say that it's safe to play Elijah Moore there in a full PPR. I prefer him over Gabe Davis, but am I willing to not play Achane after last week? I feel like I just have to play him. Like I'm kind of stuck in a situation where when I look at the production and I think to myself, all right, how are they going to further utilize him? It wasn't like a matter of Achane getting himself touches late in that game, and that's why he was relevant. At the beginning of the start of the second drive for the Miami Dolphins, he was immediately incorporated. Like they made a concerted effort to utilize him, and going forward, they're going to. So out of the bunch of players there, I'd like to play Achane, Joshua. Are the Falcons actually doing something running the ball? Let's see here. We had a question that came in from... We took care of Leo's question. We took care of Justin's question. Skizzy says full PPR. All right, Skizzy, what do you have here for us? Skizzy says in a full PPR, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a singular flex. My wide receivers are Judy, Ayuk, Collins, Hopkins, Godwin, Palmer, Adams. Okay. Of those available options, Palmer, Adams, RBs are Henry, Ford. Okay, so let me go ahead. Let's see here really quickly. Let's do this. Cool. Who made that reception? Cordero Hodge. Oh my goodness. This offense is in shambles. Okay. 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a singular flex. We have Judy, Ayuk, Collins, Hopkins, Godwin, Palmer, Adams. Okay, so if that's Devontae Adams, he's your wide receiver 1. Judy's your no. So Ayuk would be your wide receiver 2. So Adams and Ayuk is your wide receiver 1 and 2. You have Henry, Ford, Brian Robinson Jr. You play Henry and Ford as your RB 1 and 2. And then your flex is Judy. So it's Adams, Ayuk, Henry, Ford, and Judy. Skizzy, thank you. Appreciate it. Nice run by Bijan. Nice run. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Justin. Says, thoughts on Atwell over Sutton and Davis? Thoughts on Atwell over Sutton Davis? Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, let's do that. I think Sutton has the potential of playing well this week, assuming the target volume continues to stay consistent. But again, nothing guarantees that. He's obviously seen his ebbs and flows already this season. And with Judy getting more of a pronounced role within the offense, it's certainly going to hurt that. Davis is super touchdown dependent. So for right now, yeah, I'm willing to play Atwell over Davis if that's the question, and then leave Sutton in the lineup as well. Thank you. Cody Holm says, I have Mostert, ETN, and Rashad White. Do I risk it and bench White and play Thielen in my flex? In a full PPR, sure. In a half PPR, I probably actually would play him over White in a half PPR as well. Let me see. Where do I have him ranked accordingly? Thielen. Thielen is my, where is he at? Number 50. And where do I have Rashad White? Yeah, I even have Thielen ahead of Rashad White in a half PPR. So yeah, I'd be willing to play him. Nice interception. My goodness. Is he gone? There's my Jacksonville defense locking it in. Boom. Let's go. That's a great play. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Jaden Molina. Jaden, let me find your question. It wasn't attached to it. Molina. Jaden, if you can do me a favor, type in the chat what your question is. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Tony says, I dropped McLaurin, boys. Am I crazy? Yes, you are. Good morning, Mark. What's up? All right, let's see here. Flotation Swag says, can I send another mention on Twitter with my team? Yeah, you can just send a DM and I'll check it out. All right, let's see here. Derek Adams says, in a full PPR, Dameon Pierce or Zay Flowers? Give me Dameon Pierce. iShine101, what's up? Good morning. Hope you're doing well. iShine says, sub Drew, full PPR. With Aaron Jones taking a dump, I'm being told for upside I should start Mike Thomas over Alvin Kamara against the Bucks today. Your thoughts? In a full PPR, yes, I would play Michael Thomas over Alvin Kamara. I got Stevenson, Sutton, Dotson, and Nico Collins on my bench. Yeah. At this point, in the flex, is it a matter of Stevenson and Michael Thomas? If that's the question in a full PPR, let me just check here. Stevenson is there, and Michael Thomas is behind him. So, I mean, I'd probably play Stevenson above the bunch. But if you're going to play either Michael Thomas or Kamara, you play Michael Thomas. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Whose question was I looking for again? Jaden. Where's Jaden at? Jaden says, in a full PPR, Zay Flowers, Khalil Herbert, Elijah Moore, or Joshua Kelly. I'd play Zay Flowers over the bunch. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I traded Javonte Williams and Sanders for Stevenson and Connor. Did I win? Javonte Williams and Sanders for Stevenson and Connor. I think that's a W. I mean, I prefer Stevenson over Javonte. And I think Connor and Sanders, I mean, at this point, Connor's played far better. Once Kyler comes back, he may even get even better. So, yeah, I think that's definitely a W in my book. Let's see here. Pitt's still your current tight end rankings, FYI. Is he really? Oh, he is. Wait, is he really? Why is he still in the rankings? All right, I must have forgotten. Let's go. Let's get rid of him really quickly. Thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. Goodness. Kyle Pitts somehow snuck his way back onto the rankings, huh? Good old Kyle Pitts. Good old, I don't really catch the ball often, but, you know, for some reason, they spent a very high draft capital on me. I don't know. Kyle Pitts is a very interesting case of how a coach could ruin a fantasy player's overall upside. It is unfortunate, but it's just, you know, it is what it is. All right, let's see here. There's the top. Okay, is that, how many players is that? That's 8. And then how many is this? 8. Why is Kyle Pitts even in the rankings? Who did I delete accidentally? Oh, that's what it is. I got it. Now I figured it out. Okay, cool. We're good. After Zach Ertz, it's Hayden Hurst. All right, let's make this update really quickly, and then I can continue on answering questions. Currently in Photoshop, for those of you who are wondering. Let's do this. Copy paste. Good to go. File. Save as copy. JPEG. Okay, let's save the document. This game is a blowout, huh? I mean, the Falcons are not great. We know that, objectively. But the Jaguars look far better than they have in the last 2 weeks, which is great to see. Did you just throw another pick six? Oh my God. This is great. Here comes ETN scoring a touchdown, hopefully. Fingers crossed, everyone. Fingers crossed. All right, let's go ahead and let's close this. I'm fairly certain Kyle Pitts should be off screen. He is now off the screen. We're good to go. Thank you for those of you who pointed that out. let's get back to answering some questions here, shall we? We had a question that came in from iShine101. Thank you very much. iShine says, sub true in a full PPR. Okay, yeah, we already took care of that one. Never mind. We're good to go. Thank you. 24K Mark says, Jerome Ford or Rashawn Johnson? I'll take Jerome Ford. Adam Thielen or T. Higgins? I'll take T. Higgins. Thank you. Flotation Swag says, not letting me DM you. I mentioned at whatever. Okay, let's see. Okay, got it. Thank you. Flotation, I got it. Why doesn't it let you DM me? My DMs are open, so I don't know why it wouldn't let you. All right, let's see here. Let's look at the roster. We have Christian Kirk, Derek Carr. That's fine. I would rather play Derek Carr over Mac Jones, so you're fine there. You have Achane. You have Roshan Johnson as your RB2. I probably... What is a format? I'm assuming this is a full PPR. You have Romeo Doubs. You have Olave. You have Stephon Diggs. You have George Kittle. You have Jefferson. And you have Baltimore defense, which is fine. The only question is Roshan Johnson better than Gus Edwards? I want to hope that he is. I just don't know if he's guaranteeing a full PPR to do so. Let me see something real quick. Let's look something up here really quickly. Roshan Johnson, what does his target volume look like the last couple weeks? 7, 2, and 2. That's the issue that I have with Roshan Johnson. It is a more advantageous matchup, but is he gonna? I honestly think I play Gus Edwards over Roshan there, but in a full PPR, it's like super touchdown dependent against Cleveland. Just keep Roshan in the lineup. You're fine. Your roster looks fine there. Flotation. I don't want to overthink it. Ritter should be benched. I mean, they have Taylor Heineke, right? Taylor Heineke can win games. 100% he can win games. It's not even close. Half PPR, need a flex. Should I play Stevenson or T. Higgins? I'd probably end up playing T. Higgins there. Unless it's... Let me see here. Let me go check my rankings into what I have. Okay, let's delete this for that. Okay, cool. Where's Stevenson in comparison? I have T. Higgins ahead of him in half and full PPR. Thank you. Could we get a touchdown? A 4th and 1, we better be going for it. I'd better not see the field goal team come out here. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Perry or Paul. Thank you very much, Perry. Your question was, full PPR flex, Kelly, White, Judy, or Hall? I would play Jerry Judy out of the 4. Thank you. Sean in the chat was saying 2 questions. Full PPR, pick one between Godwin, Collins, and Javonte. Give me Javonte there. Also, Tutu or Miles Sanders. Give me Tutu. Thank you. Trevor Lawrence drops back, and he makes a terrible decision. Makes a terrible decision. Goodness. Okay. We move on. We have a question from Bodie Derby. Bodie Derby, welcome back. Nice to see you, man. Bodie says the following. Full PPR, in flex, Brian Robinson, Miles Sanders, DeAndre Hopkins. Thanks. All right. Of those available, should I look to trade T. Higgins? He's been inconsistent. My other wide receivers are Amon-Ra, Debo, D-Hop. Okay, so if we're going to potentially... Brian Robinson, okay. I mean, in comparison to your other wide receivers, the thing is, I'd like to have Higgins on roster because eventually Joe Burrow is going to get healthy, and when he does, Higgins will be fine. So I wouldn't try to potentially move him. Especially with bye weeks coming up and more injuries that will probably take place. I think it's probably in your best option to just keep him on roster. So... keep T. Higgins. As for your prior question, Brian Robinson, Miles Sanders, or D-Hop in a full PPR. Let me see where I have them ranked. See if I have D-Hop higher ranked than any of those guys. Let's see. D-Hop is 62. I have Brian Robinson ahead of D-Hop. And that is all. Thank you. Are they going to throw another interception here? What's the wait, did they... Wait, that was 4th and 1 and he got sacked? Oh, goodness, man. What are we doing? What are we doing on 4th and 1, man? Okay, moving on. We had a question that came in from Hakima. Hakima says, in an 18 full PPR, desperate for a win, I need to flex Tank Dell or Jerome Ford. In a full PPR, I probably end up playing... Let me check here. Actually, I'm not even going to... Let's see what Andrew of... the past has come up with. Jerome Ford 50, Tank Dell 54. I'll take Jerome Ford there in a full PPR. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question from Hakima, did you have a follow-up? I don't know if I should go with the safe floor or higher upside. Yeah, let's go with Jerome Ford there. Thank you. Perry Paul says in a full PPR. Okay, so we took care of Perry's question. We'll go with Judy there. Enemies within says half PPR Jacoby or Pierce. I'll take Jacoby Myers. Full PPR Warren, Gus Edwards, or Elijah Moore. I'll take Elijah Moore. Thank you. Sadler sends in a question. Sadler says in a 2 QB league, Stroud starting, Tank Dell over. Okay, Stroud is starting, Tank Dell over Michael Pittman Jr. or Madison. No, I would rather play Pittman and or Madison. Thank you. Let's see here. There's a question from Justin. Justin says Roshan or Josh Kelly for Saquon being out. Yeah, I think as difficult as it is to utter these words, I think I'd rather play Josh Kelly. Thank you. Sounds good, flotation. Thank you. Appreciate that. Jake Pollard says the following. Full PPR, James Conner or Josh Palmer. In a full PPR, who do I have ranked higher? Let's go see. Let's close this. Where is full PPR? Palmer's 53. And then the alternative option is James Conner. I'm sure James Conner's got to be higher. James Conner's higher ranked. Thank you. Thank you, Jake Pollard. James Conner's the play. Can you throw defense kicker rankings on screen, please? I'd have to completely go make a whole new graphic. So I honestly, it would take me a while. Like editing names and stuff is not a big deal, but having to go and do the whole shebang, that would be tough. But I can mention them if you'd like. I can certainly mention them. Let's see here. Nav HS says Stevenson or Zeke with the news that just came out. What news just came out? Ezekiel Elliott is expected to be get starter reps against the Cowboys today. What a joke. I would still play Stevenson. Like, I understand what they're trying to do. I understand it outright. They're just trying to like boost him. Deshaun Watson won't start for the Browns week 4. All right, we got to make some adjustments to rankings. All right, give me a moment here. Amari Cooper's got to drop pretty far now on the rankings. Okay, so let's do this really quickly. First and foremost, Amari Cooper's got to drop massively. Let me make some changes here accordingly. While we're at it, I can make some adjustments to... I got to make a lot of adjustments. Okay, hold up. All right, so of these players, if Amari Cooper is dropped in rankings, considering the quarterback he'll have associated with him, I would move him, or I'd venture to move him probably... Oh, man. The backup for Deshaun Watson wasn't bad in the preseason, but the guy ran the whole time. He's not a pocket passer. Did this man almost throw a third pick? Desmond Ridder needs to be replaced, man. Holy moly. That is ridiculous. Okay, so let's see what we want to do with Dorian Thompson-Robinson as the quarterback. Okay, so Amari Cooper's got to drop at least until... Okay, so this is what we're going to do, actually. We'll do this. We'll do this. I'm starting to cook here, guys. Give me a moment. Let me cook some rankings up, and then and then we'll be good to go. I'd probably play Amari Cooper here. I'd play Michael Thomas here because of the Derek Carr start in comparison. So we probably do something like this for now. Yeah. Let's roll it this way. Okay, let's adjust these rankings. Let me open up Photoshop and just edit these really quickly, and then we're good to go. Stevenson, not quote unquote being getting the starting reps. Like on the first drive, if the first play has Ezekiel Elliott in the backfield, doesn't mean Ezekiel Elliott is going to be the outright like guy that's getting all the touches today. They just want to show him respect. Like, hey, we know that you just got cut from this team. This is your former team. They drafted you. They paid you all that money, and you were still terrible at the end of your days. I get it, but at the same time, I just I'm not too keen on taking that report to heart. Okay, so we need here, and we need to do this way. Boom, there. I don't know. Maybe I should move Amari Cooper lower. We're gonna move him here for now, just so I have the rankings kind of up to date. I might go lower on him as the live stream progresses, but for now we'll leave him as such. I moved him down a lot. Honestly, he probably needs to be moved down even more because this starting quarterback Dorian Thompson Robinson is like, again, I don't think, I mean, when we're talking about not trustful commodities like Zach Wilson, Desmond Ritter, Ryan Tannehill, I would assume this is one of those quarterbacks that kind of roll into that designation. Oh, Jerome Ford needs to be adjusted. My goodness. Oh man. Okay, hold up. I gotta go cook up running back rankings now. Holy moly. Okay. So Ford needs to be downgraded as well, accordingly. So where is Jerome Ford? I have him at night. So okay, so let's make some moves here. He's got to go down a lot. I'd move him there accordingly. What happened here? Oh, I see what happened. Okay, that's not a big deal. Okay, let's do this. And then that's fine. Okay, that's fine. That works. Let me go ahead and adjust those rankings. Why am I losing my mind here? Who is not supposed to be in this list? Jacobs, Moss, Swift, Mostert. By the way, for those of you who are joining us this morning, good morning. We have rankings that are up to date on screen, not just as of yet, but I'm currently updating the rankings because we just have the important information that, of course, Deshaun Watson will not be playing today, despite the fact that he was limited all week and the expectation was that he would play. He is officially not going to be playing. So I need to downgrade Njoku. I need to downgrade Amari Cooper. I need to downgrade, you know, the one and only Jerome Ford. After I get that done, then at that point, we will be back and ready to go answering questions. Just want to make sure everything's up to date on screen accordingly. So once I can take care of that, we'll be good to go. Okay, that's fine. Sanders, Spears, Kelly. Do I? Okay, that's fine. Breida, Warren, Herbert, Roshan, Algier, Gainwell, Elliott, Charbonnet. I am so confused as to why. What happened? Who's not supposed to be on this list? I'm so confused. What act? Okay, let's do it this way. Let me cut up the rankings this way. So if I go get rid of these two, and then those are the only two playing in this game currently. I move this up. I take Ford and I move them here, and then I take all of these players and move them here. Move these guys up. I feel like I'm missing somebody. I'm not missing somebody. Okay, very well. It is what it is. Firing it up. Let's go ahead. Let's go to Photoshop. Let's fire this thing up. And did my Photoshop crash? I don't know if it did. Oh goodness. What a wonderful, wonderful day. Halftime, the score is 17-0. Man, Desmond Ritter needs to be replaced. I think we can all objectively say he does, but all right, let's see here. So we make that adjustment. Then I need to go ahead and grab these players and make this adjustment accordingly. Caffrey, Pollard, Walker, Jacobs, Moss, Swift, Mostert, Williams, Cook, Mixon, Henry, Madison. Okay, the Javonte. Who is missing? I don't know what happened last time. Maybe I messed up last time on the paste. Maybe that's what happened. Okay, let's go. Let's see wide receivers. Let's get rid of Ridley off this list. Let's get rid of who else played this game. Christian Kirk's got to be off the list. Drake London wasn't on there, so it's not a big deal. We move these guys up accordingly. Then we got to get Amari Cooper and move him down accordingly, probably to like right here. Is that 36? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Let's take these players and let's paste them on this graphic. And then let's take these players and paste them on the graphic. And then we need to adjust for quarterback. Deshaun Watson's got to get off the list. CJ Stroud's got to move up one. Accordingly, I got to take care of Trevor Lawrence off the list. Dak Prescott moves into the top 16, and we keep it moving. Goodness gracious, man. The amount of rankings juggling I got to do because of one player. Holy moly. I mean, honestly, this is ridiculous, but it is what it is. All right, I have to also move down Michael Thomas while I'm at it. I don't want to forget doing that, so let's do that really quickly. Okay, so let's do that with Michael Thomas really quick. Boom, copy that. Paste it accordingly there. I need to update quarterbacks. All right, let's see. This is 9 through 16. Done. And then where's David Njoku? David Njoku needs to be pretty much set out of the rankings. Let's move up. Evan Ingram's got to go. Kyle Pitts has got to go. Move everybody up accordingly. And Cole Kmet gets into the conversation. And the final adjustment right there. Hopefully, I will not require another update to all of this madness. Therefore, I can just kind of chill and not have to deal with any more ranking updates. But time will tell, I suppose. Okay. So as of right now on screen, I've adjusted rankings that take into account Derek Carr starting, Deshaun Watson not playing, which affects everyone on the Cleveland Browns, and we should be good to go. Okay? Hopefully that was transferred on screen. Let's see. Where did I move Michael Thomas to? Amari Cooper's at 33. Good. Okay, perfect. Whew. Alrighty. We've been here for nearly 2 hours. I want to go ahead and remind y'all, if you guys haven't yet already, do me a favor, click the like button down below. It's greatly appreciated. I'm going to go over kicker and defensive rankings right now. So let's go ahead and do that before I get back into answering some questions, shall we? So, kicker and defensive rankings. Considering there is no Deshaun Watson, my defensive rankings needs to be adjusted. The Baltimore Ravens are a better play, so I would need to move them up actually a considerable amount. So they need to be moved up to... Would I play that? Yes, I would. So I would move them there. And then without a quarterback, the Cleveland Browns defense could be subject to a little bit more inconsistencies at time, but we'll move them there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's talk about top 12 defenses. Okay, here we go. Number 1, Philadelphia Eagles. Number 2, San Francisco 49ers. Number 3, Kansas City Chiefs. 4, Dallas Cowboys. 5, Pittsburgh Steelers. 6, Cincinnati Bengals. Maybe I have 7 as Baltimore Ravens. Is that enough? Maybe I move the Baltimore Ravens to like 5. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go Baltimore Ravens 5, Pittsburgh Steelers 6, Bengals 7, Broncos 8, Browns 9, Colts 10, Saints 11, and Buccaneers 12. Honorable mention number 13, Patriots. Moving on to the kicker conversation. I need to rank down just Dustin Hopkins. I literally oh my goodness. Okay. Let's do it that way. Number 1, Jake Moody. Number 2, Jake Elliott. Number 3, Brandon Aubrey. 4, Tyler Bass. 5, Brett Maher. 6, Justin Tucker. 7, Harrison Butker. 8, Evan McPherson. 9, Jason Sanders. 10, Kaimi Fairbairn. 11, Matt Gay. 12, Cameron Dicker. Honorable mention, number 13, Jason Myers. Oh my goodness. One player could affect so much for fantasy, huh? Anyone sitting Burrow this week? I'm not. I'll tell you that much. I'm not. Okay, let me check something out real quickly. I just want to make sure I don't have an Amari Cooper in one of my many lineups, and I'm going to, burn myself. So I'm going to make sure I don't burn myself really quickly. I'll probably do that on the desktop because on the app it's going to take forever. Okay, so let me get to answering some of these questions, and then I'll get to my lineups because we got some time before kickoff, of course. We got 2 hours. Do appreciate those of you who have joined us this morning. If you've sent in a super chat recently, I'll go ahead and I will answer that right now. Thank you. All right, let's get into this, shall we? We had a question that came in from Chad Ziegler. Thank you very much, Chad. It says, in a half PPR, should I trade Bijan? Sorry, I think that's Brian Robinson Jr. for Damian Pierce long term. No, I wouldn't. I would like to have Brian Robinson Jr. rest of the season. I have Mixon, Kyron Williams, Barkley, Alexander Madison, and Hunt. No, I'd like to keep Brian Robinson on roster. Thank you. As for your follow-up question there, Chad, also, should I start Richardson or Fields? I like Anthony Richardson this week. Long term, I have Justin Jefferson, Kupp, Kirk, Collins, Palmer, Saints defense, and Butker. Should I try to do anything for my team? Jefferson, Kupp, Kirk, incredible. I mean, if you're trying to make a move long term with you have Mixon, Kyron Williams, and Barkley, I mean, maybe you improve tight end, but ultimately you're set at quarterback, you're set at running back, you're set at receiver. I don't have any complaints with this roster at all there, Chad, honestly. Moving on. Chopped Cheese says Amari Cooper or Javonte Williams? Javonte Williams. Ape Phillips says half PPR, Judy, Flowers, Pickens, Andrews, or Najee Harris. In a half PPR, I might have Judy and Andrews really close in the rankings. Let's see. Judy, I knew it because I literally did this a couple hours ago. Judy 45, Mark Andrews 46. I have Judy one spot up ahead of him in a half PPR. I'll take Jerry Judy there. Thank you. We move on to a question that came in from John S. Says pick up Stafford, Carr, Young, or Pickett. So on my current rankings, I have Matthew Stafford ranked ahead of the bunch. He's the only player that he would be number 17. So like as soon as we get past Dak Prescott at 16, 17 would be Matthew Stafford, and then Carr would be 18. And then and then Pickett is 21. Literally, we go Stafford, Carr, Pickett, and Young. And then Aiden O'Connell at 23, Baker Mayfield 24, Mac Jones 25. Anyway, moving on. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. So I would play Stafford in a 6-point per passing touchdown league. I trust him. Moving on, Cinco2X says three full PPR leagues. All right, here we go. First question, Damian Pierce or Devon Achane? I'll take Devon Achane. Follow-up question, Zay Flowers or Palmer? I'll take Palmer. Follow-up question, start 2, Hopkins, Gabe Davis, Thielen. I'll take Hopkins and I'll take Thielen. Moving on, we had a question, Kyron Williams, Sutton, Hopkins, Kamara. Flex one of those options, I'll take Kyron Williams. Thank you. Appreciate it, Cinco. Appreciate it. At least Ridley has a touchdown. What's the stats look like? Let's see here. What are we looking at here? Let's see. I know Christian Kirk was cooking a little bit. I went to go look at one of my lineups, and he's got himself a good volume of receptions. Christian Kirk, 6 catches, 71. We love to see it. Calvin Ridley literally only has 1 catch. ETN has no yards at all. Oh, man. This is what happens when an offense can't score. Bijan is literally 2.6 yards per carry. It's not a surprise. Jacksonville's been one of the better run-stop defenses. We talked about it on Tuesday. In terms of yards allowed to opposing running backs, in terms of rushing statistics alone, they've been really good. Bijan at least is able to lead the team in reception so far. So in a full PPR, he's kind of saving himself. Let's see here. Chandler Cox says, I accidentally traded Bijan for Mostert this week. Starting to feel so bad about it. Wait, how do you accidentally do that? And then if you I don't know. How did you accidentally do that? Moving on. We had a question that came in from Marwin. Marwin says, in a full PPR, flex Alexander Madison, Miles Sanders, Pickens, Michael Thomas, Tank Dell. Out of that group, I'd play Alexander Madison. Thank you. Mikey Tux says, are we starting Ford over Madison with Watson out? No, we are going to play Madison. Thank you. I had Madison ranked higher than Ford before the news came out anyway. So, yeah. Sergio says Stevenson still. Yes, I would still play Stevenson. I have no problem playing Stevenson where I have him ranked in the given week. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Steve. Watson makes... okay. So, actually, no. I missed something. I skipped somebody's question. So Mikey had asked that question. Yes, we'll play Madison over Ford. Moving on. DK Mitchell says pick 2, RB2 in a flex. We have Kyron Williams, Mostert, Zach Moss, and Devonta Smith. Oh my goodness. Whew. DK, do me a favor. Type in the chat what your scoring format is, because that is super vital. David Ramos says, Andrew, you still got Algier on screen? That's what it is. Thank you. I was about to say, there's somebody, dude, I literally looked at it, and when I was clearing up the rankings, for a good 5 minutes, I was like, yo, who is not supposed to be here? Thank you, David. The homie coming in clutch. The homie coming in clutch. So this is what we can hope for the remainder of this London game. Okay, this is our hope. Hopefully, by all the graces of the fantasy gods, we get a second half surge from the Atlanta Falcons, somewhat that looks like what we witnessed from Jordan Love the other night. If we can't have that, then we're in trouble. But we're going to hope for that being the case. All right, thank you. Let's go ahead. Let's update the ranking that is on screen. Boom, good to go. No, close it. Algier should be gone. He is gone. Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Much love. All right. Ritter makes Zach Wilson look good. Jack, you know what? You'd be surprised. Luckily, later tonight, Sunday Night Football, we have Zach Wilson taking on the Chiefs. Watch that game and then come back to me, okay? Because I guarantee you, he's I'm telling you, man, they're both not great. Let's just put it that way. I mean, listen, they're good quarterbacks, but in the NFL, they just haven't been able to find their footing just yet. Kevin says, what's the reason for the Garrett Wilson hate today? Have you seen who plays quarterback for the Jets, Kevin? Are we aware of this? If you truly think that he's going to outscore any of these other players, then by all means, you're the GM of your team. Start him accordingly. Fire him up. Have all the confidence. But I personally, if it's my team, I don't want to trust Zach Wilson to be able to give enough value to Garrett Wilson in the given week. I think even with a higher target volume, it's just not going to be it's not going to be seamless. Let's just put it that way. All right, so I need to find what was I looking for? DK, where you at, my friend? DK says PPR. Thank you, DK. Appreciate that. All right. So DK, in a full PPR scoring format, it's most likely going to be, let's see here. Where do I have Devonta Smith comparatively? Smith, I have relatively high ranked. So Devonta Smith's there. Mostert's there. Zach Moss is there. Okay. So of the available players that you have, I would play Mostert and Zach Moss. Thank you. I have Mostert literally one spot ahead of Devonta Smith. DK, just for clarity and in context. So it goes Zach Moss, Mostert, Devonta Smith, Kyron Williams in that order. Thank you. Sunflower says Jerome Ford has had 2 good weeks. Why only 25th? Because Deshaun Watson's not playing. That's why. Thank you, Sunflower. Appreciate it. Mickey Tux says Ramondre, Madison, or Ford in the flex. I play Madison. No. Yeah, I would, right? Madison's ranked higher. Yeah, I'm about to say. Watson out makes it make me want to go Ford, but I don't know. Watson out makes me want to go Ford. Wait, you want to play Ford with Watson out? Guys, understand purely that the Baltimore Ravens are going to stack the box, and they're going to force that quarterback to try to beat them. They're going to stack the box and make it a living hell to run the ball. If Jerome Ford plays better than I anticipate, I'd love to see it, but I just don't know if it's going to happen. What's the rest of season? Garrett Wilson. Oh, that's not it. That's not rest of season. That's the reason. Bijan Robinson, big run. God bless you. All right, moving on. Mixon or Nico Collins? Paul Hernandez. I'd play Mixon today. Thank you. Let's see here. Big run from Bijan. We'd love to see that. At least he can be relevant, right? Everybody else can be complete dog, but it's okay. Moving on. Steve had a question. Steve says, in a half PPR 10-team league, week 6, I'm good on running backs, but for the next 2 weeks, do I start Sanders or Ford? I don't even know who they play next week. Honestly, I think the if I'm not mistaken, the Carolina Panthers play the Falcons next week. I don't even know who the Cleveland Browns play. So that's a question for future weeks. Or do I trade offer Ford Tutu for Stevenson? No, keep what you have. Keep what you have, Steve. Thank you. Hakima says, do you think Watson not playing will affect Ford? Yes, absolutely. That's why I've adjusted it accordingly. Thank you. Sheldon says, James Cook or Puka Nacua in a half PPR? I think I have Puka Nakua ranked higher. Let me go ahead and cross-reference with my half PPR rankings. Puka Nakua. Comparatively to James Cook, I have him higher ranked. Thank you. Moving on, we had Swag says Hollywood Brown, Marvin Mims, or Quentin Johnston. I have Hollywood Brown ranked the highest. If you want the order in specific, it would go Hollywood. Do I have Marvin Mims second highest, or do I have him third? Let's check. Wide receiver, I have it Hollywood, Johnston, Mims in that order. Thank you. Unless you're getting return yardage as a stat, like you can gain points from return yardage, that's the only way I would rank Marvin Mims higher today. Thank you. Trevor says, how do you feel about the Raiders quarterback situation this week? Also, would you start who would you start on the Raiders? On the Ravens? I would start Lamar Jackson, I would start Zay Flowers and Mark Andrews. Obviously depends who we're comparing them to, but those are the three guys that I'm like objectively starting. Gus Edwards is super situational and scoring format dependent. And the Ravens defense is obviously a great play, and Justin Tucker, but those are not probably something that you were trying to refer to. Moving on. Swag. Okay, so Swag, we got your question. Good to go. Thank you. Trey sends in a question. Trey says, Kyron Williams or Brandon Ayuk over Amari Cooper. Yes, I would play Kyron Williams and Ayuk over Amari Cooper this week. Thank you. Carlos Sanchez says, in a half PPR, Andrew, Achane or Javonte Williams in the flex. I'll take Javonte Williams there. Thank you. Moving on, we had Babs. Babs says, flex, Brian Robinson, Najee, or Tutu Atwell. I'll take Tutu Atwell there. Thank you. Alexander Drucker, nice to see you. Long time no see. Alexander says, in a standard league, Jerome Ford, Kelly, Thielen, Flowers. Ooh, baby, that's tough. My starting wide receiver / running backs are DK, Waddle, McCaffrey, and Jacobs. Hope all is well. Thanks. Did you do defensive kicker? Yeah, I have done defensive kicker multiple times. We will do it once again in just a moment. Let me just catch up on some of these questions. As for your question in specific, if I'm starting one of these players in a standard scoring format, God, I don't love any of these players, to be honest. I probably it's between Ford and Kelly in a standard format. I probably end up playing Kelly there, to be honest, against the Raiders, and hope that he falls into the end zone. Let's see here. Twitch 510 says pick one: Stevenson, Evans, Charbonnet, Rashad White, or Brian Robinson. If I'm playing one of these options, I'm playing Stevenson. Coltrane says half PPR scoring format, flex options, Kamara or Devon Achane. Between those two options, again, rankings are up to date on screen. I have Alvin Kamara one spot ahead of Achane this week. Starting running backs are Mostert, Walker, and I have Waddle as my other flex. Lamb and Chase are yeah, you're good to go. Play Alvin Kamara. That would be my suggestion there. Thank you. What do we have here? Drake London touchdown. Awesome. Love to see it. And he gets 2 feet in. Perfect. Love to see it. I mean, the Jacksonville secondary has not played well. We talked about it yesterday. Somebody asked me Drake London or I don't remember what the question was to be exact, but I went and I looked at how many points the Jacksonville secondary has given up to like primary number 1 wide receivers. Every single week there's been a wide receiver that has played well against them. Luckily, Desmond Ridder pulled his head out of his, you know what, to kind of to get us going on the right track here, huh? All right, moving on. We have Connor. Connor's question was Achane or Lockett in a half PPR. Thank you. Let's see here. We have Lockett. Where do we have him according to this? I have Lockett at 43, Achane at 51. I'll take Tyler Lockett this week. Thank you. We had a question that came in from, so thank you, Connor. Appreciate that. Skizzy says Javonte, Breece, Pierce are all available on the waivers. Any moves? Okay, let's see here. That are more appealing than Ford and Brian Robs. I would say Javonte Williams is more appealing than Ford rest of the season in a full PPR. I'd venture to say that. Because eventually Kareem Hunt will take a pretty big role within that offense. Kyla Peoples in the chat was saying Jimmy Garoppolo is out. Myers or Godwin this week? I'll take Myers still with Aiden O'Connell. Carr or Wilson? I have Russell Wilson ranked on screen. He's my number 13, so I'll prefer Russell Wilson in the given week. Thank you. Mark's a good lad. Sends in a question. Says 12-team full PPR. Trying to make a move for Justin Herbert, so I'll have Keenan Allen stack. Okay. Herbert owner asking for Puka Nacua. Current quarterback is Geno Smith. Current wide receivers are A.J. Brown, Keenan Allen, Thielen, Judy, Godwin. Puka, thoughts? Oh, man. If this was like a 4-point per passing touchdown league, it'd be tough for me to trade away Puka Nacua at this moment. I guess you have the depth to be able to do so, and you'll be getting back like a top 5 or 6 quarterback. So I could justify it, especially with Kupp returning in a couple weeks. I'm okay with it. Do I love it? No, because I'd like to have the wide receiver depth, but I think you're solid enough at wide receiver to justify it. Let's see here. Cinco2X says, can you explain Hopkins over Gabe Davis? Yeah. So the issue that I have with Hopkins is that he doesn't get enough targets. Luckily for him this week, Treylon Burks is out. So at least he'll have a couple more targets here and there within the offensive kind of flow of the game script. I think that the Titans, even though they were god-awful last week, they will be better this week. They'll have another one of these kind of prove-it games. Like week 1, couldn't do anything on offense. They were far better in week 2. Week 3, terrible on offense. They'll have another one of these bounce-back games. And Hopkins will be decent. The issue that I have with Gabe Davis is I can't guarantee that he's going to score a touchdown. And that's literally what makes his given week every time. Like last week, he had 1 catch on 4 targets, and he scored a touchdown, luckily. If he doesn't score that touchdown, I don't know if I can trust him in a given week. It's just, it's too sketchy. So in this kind of format, I alter towards just pivoting in the direction of Hopkins and hope that he can just be relevant. But if you want to play Gabe Davis, don't get me wrong, Mark. You're not crazy to think about it. Like I literally have them ranked 34 and 35. Like it's splitting hairs at this point. The differential that I have in terms of my projections is probably less than 0.8 points. It's less than 1 point for sure in terms of fantasy purposes. Maybe it's like less than half a point in terms of my projections. All right. Sorry, that wasn't Mark's question. That was Cinco's question. Moving on to Mark's question. We already took care of Mark's question. We're done with that. All right. Never mind. Apologies. Trying to catch up. Trying to stay. Nice catch for Ridley. Okay. Moving on. Shorish says, hello, Andrew. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Full PPR. Marquise Hollywood Brown, Sutton, Rashad White, Tutu Atwell. I will take Tutu Atwell first and foremost. Thank you, Shorish. Auntie Slayer says, full PPR. 2 flex option spots. Brian Robinson, Breece Hall, Palmer, Zay Flowers, Nico Collins. I would play Flowers and Palmer there in a full PPR. Thank you, Auntie Slayer. Appreciate it. Waddle or Mike Evans? Gabe, the rankings that are on screen are updated as of about 15 minutes ago. I currently have Waddle set at number 15. I have Mike Evans at number 19, so I'd play Waddle. Thanks, man. Let's see here. We had a question from Donovan Jordan. Donovan says the following. Cooper, Dell, Judy, Kyron Williams, flex. I would play Kyron Williams out of those potential options. Thank you. Daniel Cap says, Andrew, since no Deshaun Watson, should I still play Ford over Tyler Lockett in the flex? Also, I have Madison. Thank you. Should I still play Ford over? No, you shouldn't. You should play Lockett over Ford and then keep Madison in the lineup. Oh, but you also have Madison? Hold up. Let me check here. Full PPR. Do I have Madison ahead of Lockett? Madison sits at 37. Lockett's at 40. Yes, I would play Madison ahead of him. So if you have an option to play him, you should. Salvador, let's see here. Salvador. Okay. Salvador Espinoza says, should I start Judy or Pacheco in a half PPR? Really good question. I'm leaning towards playing Pacheco in the given week. Thank you. Appreciate it. Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, Minnesota, or Los Angeles defense says hits. I would play Pittsburgh's defense this week. Speaking of, let's go ahead and let's talk about defenses really quickly. For those of you guys who have not yet already, do me a solid and click the like button down below. Be greatly appreciated if you guys could do me that favor. Again, it takes 2 seconds out of your day, but it certainly helps continue to allow me to bring daily content to you and have these ridiculously long live streams on a Sunday morning as we do every single Sunday morning. I appreciate it. So let's go over kickers and defenses really quickly once again. Let's go over defenses first and foremost. Defenses. Number 1, Philadelphia. Number 2, 49ers. Not Philadelphia. Let's just start with the team names. Number 1, Eagles. Number 2, 49ers. Number 3, Chiefs. Number 4, Cowboys. Number 5, Ravens. Number 6, Steelers. 7, Bengals. 8, Cowboys. Sorry. Why am I saying Cowboys? I don't even have the Cowboys defense. No, I do. Dyslexia. Starting from the top once again. Eagles 1. 49ers 2. Chiefs 3. Cowboys 4. Ravens 5. Steelers 6. Bengals 7. Broncos 8. Browns 9. Colts 10. Saints 11. Buccaneers 12. Moving on to kickers. Number 1 is Jake Moody. Number 2 is Jake Elliott. Number 3 is Brandon Aubrey. Number 4 is Tyler Bass. 5 is Brett Maher. 6 is Justin Tucker. 7 is Harrison Butker. 8 is Evan McPherson. 9 is Jason Sanders. 10 is Kaimi Fairbairn. 11 is Matt Gay. And 12 is Cameron Dicker. Thank you. Moving on. We have more questions to answer, shall we? We've got a lot of time, guys. So if I haven't answered your question directly or by proxy of somebody else's question, hopefully the rankings on screen can answer it. But if not, hopefully I'll be able to get to your question. Again, we'll be here until kickoff 4 weeks, week 4, which would be in about, I guess, an hour and 40 minutes. So we'll be here for a while. All right, moving on. Like the jeans, we took care of that question. We answered Tampa Bay. Wait, play Tampa Bay defense or pick up LAC? No, I'd rather play Tampa Bay's defense. Thank you. Trojan 3659 says, Watson is out. Pick one, Howell or Bryce Young. Fill in. I like Bryce Young in the given week. He plays against Minnesota. It's a better matchup. Their secondary is awful. Moving on. We had another question from Salvador. Says, okay, so we took care of that. Judy or Pacheco. We'll play Pacheco there. Hits says Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, Minnesota. We took care of that. We'll play Pittsburgh. Flight Zone Music. Nice to see you, Flight Zone. Says, struggling with deciding between Purdy and Burrow. Burrow's matchup is juicy with upside. I think that there's also just as much upside with Purdy potentially having himself like a 3-touchdown game. I wouldn't be too pressed on worrying about that. I think Purdy is probably just a safer play. And the thing with Burrow is that you can't tell me from what we saw on Monday that he's going to be completely healed going into Sunday's game. I don't think 1 week is going to be able to heal that calf. Like, at least that's my opinion. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a professional. But for what we saw on Monday, it's very difficult to convince me that he'll be ready to go at a full capacity. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any upside with Donald Parham, says Antonio. Yeah, he could have upside. Again, does he score a touchdown? That's the thing. He scored a touchdown in 2 out of the last 3 games. So in comparison to a lot of other options, he certainly has a chance. Is it a guarantee? No. Chandler Cox says, start your studs. Absolutely. Let's see here. Miles Sanders or Garrett Wilson, says Camden. In a full PPR. Let's check what I have ranked higher. Full PPR, Garrett Wilson. Okay, so Garrett Wilson in a full PPR is number 70. Miles Sanders is 73. So I would play Garrett Wilson over Miles Sanders this week. Thank you. In a full PPR. Where are we at here? Just traded Alexander Madison for DeAndre Swift's full PPR. Thoughts? I love it. Good move there. DTR loves DPJ and Elijah Moore. He could, but it's just, again, those are preseason games. I don't want to take anything out of context of a preseason game and throw it into a full starting defense for the Ravens. Let's see here. Full PPR. I have Nakua. Should I also start Tutu or Flowers? Yeah, I'd be willing to go ahead and start both the Rams receivers there. A-Crow. Let's see here. We took care of that. R. Flores says, any defensive advice? I have New England's defense, but I see Baltimore available against the Browns or Patriots versus Cowboys. I have the Baltimore Ravens ahead of the Patriots defense this week. Deshaun Watson is out. Bench Amari Cooper or no? I mean, what's your other options? I would say that he's probably a benchable option, but I mean, it's not objective. You could compare him to someone like, hey, I have him or I have Marvin Mims. I'd still play Amari Cooper in that case, Let's see here. Definitely not an athlete. Says, are we nervous about Ramondre with Zeke getting starter reps? No. Listen, okay, here's the thing. Starter reps, what does that really mean? Does that mean he's starting the game or does that mean he's getting all of the rushing attempts? Because quite frankly, he's not getting all of the rushing attempts. He just won't. It's just an objective truth. If they give him all the attempts and they literally bench Ramondre Stevenson for no other good reason but besides the fact that they're playing against the Cowboys, it would just be stupid. And I don't think Bill Belichick works that way. He doesn't care about your fantasy team. He's literally there to just win games. And in order to win today, the best way to do that is with Ramondre Stevenson, and I'm sure he knows that. Javonte Williams or Tutu Atwell in the flex. Depends on the scoring format. Let's assume you're playing in a half PPR. Javonte or Tutu? Who is ranked higher? Tutu Atwell sits at number 36. Yeah, he's higher than Javonte. Thank you. Cooper or Thielen in a standard? I'd play Thielen there. Rashad White or Devon Achane? I'll play Achane there. Rashad White or Amari Cooper? I'd probably play Rashad White there. It's me, Dio says fire up Judy. Yes, let's fire up Judy. Judy's gonna have himself a great game today against the Bears. Standard Ford Madison or Waddle. Mike Alonso, I would play Madison there. Rashad White or Amari Cooper says smooth splash. Yeah, I'm playing Rashad White there in a full PPR. Let's see here. We had a question. Achane, Thielen, or Flowers? Pick 2 in a full PPR. I probably end up playing both the receivers. Let's see here. Full PPR Superflex. Pickens or Pacheco? I mean, the Superflex doesn't matter, right? Unless that's Pickett. But otherwise, if it's Pickens and Pacheco, I play Pacheco. Thank you. And Bijan Robinson's so talented. This guy is a really good running back. If only he had a better quarterback to just alleviate some of the pressures of the other team stacking the box. Let's see here. Terry McLaurin or Breece Hall in the flex. I play Terry McLaurin in a full PPR there, DT. Thanks. Okay. There's about 620 of you here joining us this morning. Again, welcome. Rankings on screen are up to date as of, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes ago with the news of Deshaun Watson not playing. So if you guys want, of course, information regarding where I would rank these players interpositionally within a half PPR, those rankings are on screen according to the top 36 running backs, wide receivers, top 16 quarterbacks, and tight ends. I appreciate it. If you guys have not yet already, do me a favor, click the like button. It is greatly appreciated in terms of supporting the channel. Let's see here. Joshua Palmer or Devon Achane in a half PPR. I'd probably play the running back there. Let's see here. Good morning, Andrew. From Canada. All right, let's see here. MD. Full PPR, Tutu Atwell, Lockett, Nico Collins, or Ramondre. I play Tutu Atwell there. Also, should I start Ramondre? I have Mostert, Madison starting. No, I would play Mostert and Madison ahead of him, and I'd play Tutu in your flex. Thank you. Let's see here. Where are we at? Bijan Robinson with another great run. Okay, we love to see it. We love to see it. Not bad. Okay, let's see here. We have Trojan 3659 with a question. Trojan says, trust Miles Sanders not being limited or just start Ford? Great question. I would honestly trust Miles Sanders. I would. Like if he's playing, they wouldn't play him if he was injured. So if he's active, I would assume that he is at a full capacity and I wouldn't worry about it. It may still seem more Chuba Hubbard, but I would still evidently think that it's a better play than the alternative of Ford. Vic84 says in a full PPR, one flex, Ford, Sanders, Thielen, Goddard. Ford, Sanders, Thielen, Goddard. Full PPR, I'd play Thielen out of the bunch. Thank you. Let's see here. Garrett Wilson or Miles Sanders in the flex full PPR. I think we answered that one. Yeah, we did. Ridley is already playing, LOL. Yeah, did somebody ask about a Ridley ranking? It's all good, Andrew. You're good. Andrew Clark in the chat. Let's see here. Asher says, what rank is Pirine? We expect CEH a bigger role. No, CEH is just going to play well because they're going to blow out the Jets, just like they did against the Bears last week. So I wouldn't expect CEH to have a bigger role rest season. He's just a viable option within the given matchup. I'm not too worried about that. Where does Pirine rank? Samaje Pirine's really low in these rankings overall. He is, according to the remaining players that are left, he would be ranked number 38 overall. So he's 2 spots below Justice Hill that is on screen. Kelly or Gabe Davis? I'll take Gabe Davis there. Thanks. Okay, we're good to go. Thank you very much. Jorge says, why do you have Clyde Edwards-Helaire as your top 36 running back? Do you expect a route? He's available. Should I pick him up and start the rest of the year? No. Look, guys, these are week 4 rankings. These are not rest of season rankings. So because I think Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to play well against the Jets, doesn't mean anything for the remainder of the season. You go back to last week, Clyde Edwards-Helaire had over 50 rushing yards and a rushing touchdown in garbage time against the Bears. My assumption just going into this week is that he'll have a higher volume of rushing attempts and he'll have a chance to score, mainly because they play against the Jets. The Jets are not going to be able to move the ball. Barely moving the chains, whether it's through the air or on the ground, is just going to lead to Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense just consistently scoring. And when they do, Clyde Edwards will have value comparatively. It's not a rest of season ranking, guy. This is literally for only this week, only for today. Does not include players from the Lions, Packers, Falcons, or Jaguars. Just everybody else. Appreciate it. Thank you. Nico Collins or Amari Cooper? Give me Nico Collins. Breida or Elijah Moore? In a half PPR, I'd probably play Breida there. Zay Flowers or Scary Terry in a full PPR? I'd rather play Terry McLaurin. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Spencer. Spencer, thank you very much. Says, with Watson out, do I play Pickett or Stafford? I play Matthew Stafford. Thank you. Again, rankings on screen are updated. So somebody was asking Fields or Richardson. I have Richardson at 7. I have Fields at 9. I would play Anthony Richardson objectively ahead of him. That's just the way I would go about it. Full PPR, Waddle or CeeDee Lamb. That should be a CeeDee Lamb play for sure. For sure. Okay. Moving on. Andrew, I know this is a weird question. Hunter Henry or Wan'Dale Robinson in the flex? Struggling right now. Half PPR, 14-team league, FYI. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I'm playing Wan'Dale Robinson. I don't know if I can, quite frankly, trust it. I don't think he'll get enough utilization. Like last week, how many snaps did he play overall? Let's see here. Let's go find the number. Giants. Where are the Giants on this list? Wan'Dale Robinson played 11 total snaps, 22% on the first game back. Paris Campbell's still going to be the primary slot receiver, so he'll probably get more utilization as the weeks progress, but is he going to... He was really just digging into Sterling Shepard's work as the wide receiver 5 in this offense. Like, he's not going to get that many more opportunities than he did last week. He did get a decent target volume, but yeah, I'd probably just play Hunter Henry and hope for the touchdown or, yardage and the receptions being greater in the given week. Good morning, Andrew, says Lear. We have a half PPR. I can start 2 out of 3. Harris, Madison, and Dell. I'd play Madison and Dell. Thank you. Would it be crazy to play Achane over Madison in the flex, says David Ramos? Would it be crazy? No. Would I advise against it? Yes. But again, you might have a feeling and he might be able to produce. I don't know. Again, there's been crazier things that have happened. That's for sure. So at this point, I'd probably lean in the direction of just rolling with Madison. But if you'd like to play Achane, I don't think you're crazy for doing it. I just think it's riskier. Good morning, Andrew. Pick 2 out of the following. We have Garrett Wilson, Mark Andrews, Jerome Ford, Isaiah Pacheco, Jacoby Myers. Out of that group, I'd probably end up playing Mark Andrews and Isaiah Pacheco there, Ash. Thank you. Alrighty, let's see here. Good morning, Andrew. Okay, so we took care of that. Aiden sends in a question, says, I traded Swift and Puka Nacua for CeeDee Lamb. I needed wide receivers, and my running backs are Christian McCaffrey, Jacobs, and Kenneth Walker. Okay, I'm fine with that. Let's see here. Joshua Palmer or Najee Harris in the flex. I'd probably end up playing Najee Harris in like a standard league. In a half PPR, am I even playing Najee over Palmer? I don't think I am. Let me see my flex rankings. 62 is Najee Harris, and Palmer's at 55. Yeah, I'm playing Palmer over him in half or full PPR. What's up, Dilo? Hope you're doing well. DJ Moore, Breece Hall in a full PPR. Carter, I would play DJ Moore there. Cody O'Brien says, Andrew, greetings and salutations. I need a wide receiver 2.5 PPR. DJ Moore, Sutton, or Addison? DJ Moore, Sutton, or Addison? DJ Moore, Sutton, or Addison? I'm playing Sutton out of the group first, Addison second, DJ Moore third. You want to know why I've come to that conclusion? Well, primarily because it's on screen, half PPR rankings, Sutton at 28, Addison at 31, DJ Moore off the list, but DJ Moore is closely behind Marquise Hollywood Brown. A couple reports here. Justice Hill's active. Yeah, that was expected. No big deal there. Tank Dell or Palmer. Rowe, I have Palmer ranked higher on screen. I would go with that. That's just my opinion. That's what I prefer. Bijan Robinson with another reception, but then there's a flag, of course. What are the stats looking like for today's game? Let me see here. Has Bijan Robinson been able to save his week for fantasy purposes with whatever efforts they've made here? Let's see here. Bijan Robinson, 92 rushing yards. Here we go. Also has 4 catches. Nice. Drake London is going to be able to break 10 points. That's fantastic. We'll take that. Kyle Pitts is a no-show once again. Travis Etienne has done nothing so far. And, geez, man, what a What a depressing game. The game's literally almost in the fourth, and we have barely any fantasy points contributed so far. Pretty low scoring. Hopefully we get a high scoring week here. Let's see here. Good morning, Drew. Ford or Nico Collins, half PPR. I'd probably end up playing Collins there, to be honest. Probably. Yeah. Appreciate it. Okay, let me go ahead. Let's check a couple things out here really quickly. We're good to go. We're good to go. Okay, a couple reminders. For those of you who are joining us this morning, if you guys click the like button, it'd be greatly appreciated. I'm going to once again mention kicker and defensive rankings because Dilo came in the chat and was asking for it. So let's just go ahead and let's just hit it really quickly just so we're on the same page. And I'll once again probably mention it within the next hour, but just wanted to go ahead and mention the kicker and defensive rankings for those of you who are just joining us. Number 1, we have the Eagles. Number 2, we have the 49ers. 3, we have the Chiefs. 4, we have the Cowboys. 5 is the Ravens. 6 is the Steelers. 7 is the Bengals. 8 is the Broncos. 9 is the Browns. 10 is the Colts. 11 is the Saints. And 12 is the Buccaneers. We move on to kickers. We have Moody as number 1. Number 2 is Elliott. Number 3 is Aubrey. Number 4 is Bass. Number 5 is Maher. Number 6 is Tucker. 7 is Butker. 8 is McPherson. 9 is Sanders. 10 is Fairbairn. 11 is Gay, and 12 is Dicker. Thank you. Does Cole Kmet get a boost with Claypool being benched? Yeah, Cole Kmet's ranked on screen. He's my number 16 tight end. Good to go. Hey, Andrew, Rashad White or George Pickens this week? I'd probably end up playing George Pickens there. And your name is Steelers, so that works. Tank Dell or Achane in a full PPR. I'm fairly certain. Let me go cross-reference full PPR. Achane. Achane's 55, and who was the alternative option? It was Tank Dell. Where do I have Dell ranked? Dell is 54. I have literally Dell one spot ahead of Achane in a full PPR. Any Debo update? No. Debo doesn't play until the second slate of... He plays in the afternoon window, so it's 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we won't get an update until way later down the line. But the assumption is that he will play assuming there's no setback. Let's see here. Stroud might go off, question mark. Stroud also might get killed today, unfortunately, because he plays against the Pittsburgh Steelers pass rush, and he has literally got third and fourth string offensive linemen in the lineup this week. I mentioned it yesterday on the live stream. He quite literally is down to his third string guard and center, and I think a third string right tackle, second string left tackle, and the starting right guard. They're in shambles there. That's why Dameon Pierce is kind of an option in the given week. Even though he played well last week, thanks to the very lucky rushing touchdown that he was able to scoop up. Let's see here. Thank you very much. Happy October, huh? Yeah, we're back into the spooky season. Sanders, Mims, Godwin, Atwell, full PPR. Dan Prado, I'd play Atwell there. Thanks. Let's see here. What is these new updates? Miles Sanders is active. That was expected. No big deal there. Okay. We're good. Nice. All right, moving on. We had a couple questions that were sent in. We had a question from Huck Brooks. Thank you very much, Huck. Appreciate it. Says, I have Henry, Jacobs, Kamara, but for some reason, I wanted to put Achane. I want to put in Achane. Should I consider benching? Oh, man. Yeah, you can. If you're going to bench one of those three, you bench Kamara for Achane. If you want, if you're like, hey, I have to play Achane this week, then you bench Kamara. Thank you. Moving on to Matthew Rosado. He says, you had Jerome Ford higher than Najee Harris the other day, and Daniel Jones higher than Purdy. Why? Well, two factors. One, Deshaun Watson is not playing today. So Jerome Ford jumps down the rankings list because without a quarterback, the offense isn't going to move the ball as much. They're going to have far less opportunities to score, especially when you go from a guy like Deshaun Watson to DTR. That's a huge, step down. As for Daniel Jones and Brock Purdy, where do I have Daniel Jones comparatively? Daniel Jones, is at 11. The safety of the play, because of the fact that we do not have Saquon Barkley, and I honestly did think that Saquon would play this week, I had Daniel Jones slightly higher. With him not in the lineup, there's just less upside because, again, when you have Breida in the backfield, you're not going to be as successful. We're hoping Andrew Thomas, the left tackle, is going to be active. We don't even know if that's going to be the case. So Daniel Jones still a decent play because of the matchup against the Seahawks and their secondary that's injured, but Purdy's just a better play overall against the Cardinals today, so he's moved up ahead of them. Again, rankings are always subject to change, right? So just keep that in mind. But yeah, those are the primary reasons as to the adjustments. Y'all watching the game on Disney Plus? No, I'm watching on ESPN Plus. I mean, is there a difference? Come on, ETN. Stop dancing and just run, buddy. Come on. Craig Staley says, should I pivot away from Amari Cooper and flex given Watson news? I can flex Kelly or Mims. No, I think you just play Cooper, I guess, at that point, because I don't want to play either of those other guys, to be honest, in comparison. So we took care of Huck's question. We took care of Matthew's question. Magic Bell, thank you very much, says, with Barkley out, Charbonnet, Chuba Hubbard, or pick up CEH and play him. Of those options, Chuba Hubbard I wouldn't play because Miles Sanders is active. Charbonnet or CEH, I mean, you can see it on screen. I have Clyde Edwards-Helaire ranked higher. At this point, the only question is, like, nice catch, Christian Kirk. Okay, the primary question is, do you have to drop someone to pick up CEH to play him? If you do, if that has to be either Chuba Hubbard or Charbonnet, I would be comfortable dropping Chuba unless, like, you're just dead set on having the handcuff for Miles Sanders. Otherwise, yeah, I'm willing to drop him for Chuba and pick him up and play him. Follow-up question to that, Magic Bell, is I'm playing in a 2 QB league. I have Baker and the kid in do I play Baker or the kid in Cleveland? I play Baker Mayfield. Last question, JSN or Josh Downs? I have Josh Downs ranked higher. Thank you. Jay sends in a question, says pick one of half pick 1/2 pick. I think you meant half PPR, but I don't know 100%. It's kind of a botched message. Anyway, one running back, one wide receiver, one flex, assuming it's a half PPR. I play Madison as your running back. I'd play McLaurin as your wide receiver, and I'd play Sutton in your flex. I almost called him Slutton. Toy Story version is on Disney. All right, let's go check it out. Let me go log into my Disney Plus account. See how it looks. Disney Plus. Let's log in here. See how this looks, shall we? Toy Story. How does this thing look? All right, let me make sure it's muted. Okay, cool. And then I'll put it up on the second monitor. We'll see how this thing looks. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in. Actually, let me get a... What is the next report here? DeMar Hamlin is active. That's incredible. Marcus Williams is out. Justin Simmons is out. Jonathan Mingo is inactive, concussion. Deshaun Watson's out. Logan Thomas is good. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right. I started David Montgomery. I'm happy. You should be happy. Congrats. David Montgomery had a monster game. I mean, I can tell you objectively, I did not anticipate David Montgomery coming out and getting 30 rushing attempts on Thursday. That was not in my bingo card, for sure. It was definitely not my bingo card. Okay, let's go ahead. Let me blotch off some of this sweat, and let's keep it moving, shall we? Alrighty, we move on to a question that came in from Sean. Sean, thank you very much. Says, Godwin, Cooper, Kelly, Thielen, Zeke, start 3 in a full PPR. If I'm starting 3 in a full PPR, it's Thielen, Cooper, and Godwin. Thank you. Jack R says, hey, Andrew, full PPR. Higgins or Evans in the flex? I would play T. Higgins. Thank you. Follow-up question, Mostert or Connor? I play Mostert. Thank you. Slime says, I'm down bad, Josh Downs or DJ Chark. If I'm not mistaken, let me check my half PPR rankings. I'm fairly certain I have Josh Downs at 50 and I have DJ Chark at 53. So I played Josh Downs there. Thank you. I didn't start him, LMAO. I'm so mad. Damn, that's tough. Hey, it is what it is. You didn't have a chance because you're at work? Yeah, that makes sense. Listen, when I used to work in an office, trust me, I used to, in broad daylight, pull out the phone and start setting the fantasy lineup. I didn't care. I didn't give a give. If the fantasy lineup was more important than the job at that time, in the office job. Let's see here. Full PPR, Sanders, Addison, or Gabe Davis. Molly G, I would probably play Addison there. Wait, do they have... Dude, what is this Toy Story version? Oh my gosh. Dude, they don't have... I'm telling you, if they don't have Arthur Smith as Mr. Potato Head on the sideline, I'm not happy with it. Arthur Smith's got a glorious mustache that we gotta have. Dude, it almost looks like a video game. Like, that's actually... Wait, That is pretty cool. What happened to my ESPN Plus, man? I literally opened up Disney Plus. My ESPN Plus crashes. Are we serious right now? Come on, guys. What is going on here? All right, we're back. All right. Herbert, Hopkins, or Mims in the flex. Patricia, I would play Hopkins there. Khalil Herbert or Elijah Moore in a half PPR. I'd probably end up playing Khalil Herbert there. Nice run, Trevor. Let's go. Good run. Nico Collins or A-Chain, says Shane. I'd probably play A-Chain there. Or A-Chan. Goodness gracious, I'm going to keep messing that up. All right, we had a question that came in from Jack R. We took care of that one. Thank you, Jack. We took care of Slime's question. True gentleman for you. True gentleman. Welcome back. Welcome back. Says, hey, bud, full PPR. Gabe Davis, Godwin, or Khalil Herbert. I'll take Gabe Davis there. Thank you. Jude Chavez says, Javonte or Josh Palmer in the flex full PPR today. I would play Javonte Williams. Thank you. Scott Green says, full PPR. Flex 1. Justice Hill or Roshan Johnson? Give me Roshan Johnson. Thank you. That's exactly what I do in my office. You have to. Listen, there are priorities in life, and fantasy football has got to be up there. I mean, for goodness sake, we're all sitting here in this live stream talking fantasy football. We are the most hardcore degenerates possible. So pulling out the phone and setting lineups is the least of my concerns back in the day. I am Venomous in the chat was saying, sit Amari Cooper for Javonte Williams. Yes, I would. Other wide receiver are Lockett and Mike Evans. My running backs are, yeah, I would do that. You're good to go there, Venomous. What about C. Watson? Blackbird, you mean Christian Watson? He played on Thursday. Let's see here. Broke Smokes says, stream Pickett, Young, O'Connell, Carr, or Stafford. Out of those options, I have them ranked in this order. Stafford 1, Carr 2, Pickett 3, Young 4, O'Connell 5. So Stafford would be my suggestion against the Indianapolis Colts secondary. Thank you. Sanders is healthy now, huh? Yeah, I mean, he was expected to play. I mean, I had him ranked under the assumption he would play. But there was a chance that he might not, of course, but we didn't want to take a risk. Do I start Dak? 5280 outdoors. If you have another quarterback, you see these guys right here? See these guys right here? If you have another quarterback that is on this list that's ahead of Dak, who sits at number 16 all the way down there, if you've got one that's ahead of Dak, then play him. Otherwise, Dak's your play. Thank you. Let's see here. 40 aces or arses, and it said, has anybody asked about Debo? Do I start Hopkins or Debo? Do I start Hopkins if Debo doesn't play? Okay, so here's the thing. Debo Samuel does not play until the afternoon slate of games, which means Debo Samuel does not play until 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or it's 1:25 Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m., 4:25 Eastern Standard Time. So considering you're asking, do I play Hopkins or do I play Debo? You won't know the answer as to whether or not Debo is 100% active until the afternoon because unfortunately, DeAndre Hopkins plays in an hour and 15 minutes. My assumption and my utmost confidence is that Debo Samuel is going to play. So if you want, you can start Hopkins and just avoid all risk. I'm more of a risky player and I'm willing to just roll with Debo. If he's inactive, then at that point, let me just go ahead and pull up a name that you would then go and pick up and play in his stead. You would, let's say, for example, you get to the afternoon slate, you didn't play D-Hop and you waited for Debo, and somehow, some way, Debo's not active, which I think is very unlikely to be the case. But let's say it occurs, just so we're all on the same page. I just broke my neck. Debo Samuel would then be put into your IR. With Jawan Jennings not playing today, you would pick up and play Ronnie Bell. That's probably the direction we would go in. That's a 49ers wide receiver, by the way. So that's my suggestion. Thank you. Moving on. We had a question that came in from Jude Chavez. It says, Javonte or Josh Palmer today? We took care of that one. I think it's Javonte. We took care of Broke Smokes. We move on to Jay's question. Jay says, I have Barkley, David Montgomery, Madison, Ford as my 4 running backs. I have Adams, McLaurin, Sutton as my 4 wide receivers. Okay, that's 3 wide receivers, though. Should I trade Jonathan Taylor for an elite wide receiver, or maybe Taylor will do? Okay, so here's the thing: if you're saying an elite wide receiver, who do we actually like? Who is an elite wide receiver in your league that's available up for trade? Like, can you trade for CeeDee Lamb? Like, if you can, I'd feel very comfortable doing that. Otherwise, you keep Taylor. Like, I mean, you have running back depth, so you could end up moving on from other guys. But if you want to move on from Taylor now and not really worry about it, I think Taylor, regardless of what happens, whether he's traded or stays with the Colts, as long as he's active and playing, and he doesn't hold out, you're fine. But if you're worried about that holdout potential and him not playing for the organization, you can trade him for an upper tier wide receiver for sure. You think the Buffalo Bills versus the Miami Dolphins will be a high scoring or heavy D? Faria, as of right now, why did I say Faria? My dyslexia kicked in. That's Ferrari. Like, what am I doing? Anyway, Ferrari, sorry. This is going to be a high scoring game. Like, objectively based, okay, like, I typically trust Vegas, right? Because Vegas doesn't want to lose money. And the way that they ensure that they don't lose money is that they make sure that their lines and their spreads and their point totals are accurate. As of right now, the Bills versus Dolphins game is at 53 points. In terms of the implicated highest scoring game of the week, that is the highest, in fact, by a pretty hard margin. The next highest game is 48. Raiders and Chargers. The next highest to that would be Broncos and Bears at 47. So this is going to be a higher scoring event for sure. I'd even go as far to say, let me just do this really quickly. Underdog. As of right now, for those of you who haven't, let me log into my Underdog account really quickly. Is there any? Ooh, what is this? Boosted 5-pick payout, huh? Ooh, baby. That's actually not a good, but that's not a bad play at all. Okay, so really quickly, let me just, let's travel over really quickly. And let's go to the screen capture. I'll be back in just a moment, bada boom. Okay, so as you guys can see, there's a new play up here, boosted 5-pick play. You could end up taking advantage of this, but the one that I've been talking about as of late, Josh Allen, 36 passing attempts. That went up 0.5, okay? This is an automatic. And Waddle, for some reason, is that they moved him down a yard? What is... I'll take that. These are my two favorite plays of the week, especially with the implication of this game being as high scoring as it is. This is my favorite play of the week. So for now, we'll take these two. Again, if you guys haven't checked, I'm clicking on the wrong screen. If you guys haven't checked out Underdog Fantasy, again, you can go ahead and do so today. Potentially fall in line with these. I don't know why they have Waddle at 59.5. I've literally mentioned this on multiple occasions. Waddle with Tua Tagovailoa in games in which Tua is healthy and doesn't leave because he gets his head ripped off by the Cincinnati Bengals. In 12 of the last 14 games with Tua, has surpassed 65 receiving yards. That's an 86% success rate. On top of it, Josh Allen, 36 passing attempts in the last 3 games against the Miami Dolphins last year, was able to surpass that number with 39, 40 something, and then 63 passing attempts in those 3 games. The only reason they have his overall passing attempts lower is because in the last 2 games, he hasn't thrown the ball much. I mean, I was going to say no shit, because they played against the Vegas Raiders and they've played against the Washington Commanders, and they've blown them both out. So obviously he doesn't throw the ball. Those are 2 smash plays, guys. It's going to be a shootout. Thank you very much. Again, for those of you who are wondering if you're eligible to potentially play Underdog, use code Andrew, all that kind of jazz. Be sure to, that's not it. Be sure to check out the map to the right side of the screen to determine your eligibility. Greatly appreciate that. Again, depending on your age, your current location, you can be eligible. You can sign up today. You can take advantage of the opportunity. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, let's see here. What do we have? We have a question that came in from Dylan. Dylan says, George Pickens or Miles Sanders in a PPR? I will play George Pickens there. Thank you. Jared says, full PPR, 1 wide receiver, 1 flex. White, Flowers, Godwin, Myers. I would be very comfortable playing Myers and Flowers there. Thank you very much, Jared. Hiram says, where's Hiram's question? Hiram, where's your question? If you could do me a favor, Hiram, type it in the chat. Be greatly appreciated. With Zeke news, would you guys start Pacheco over Mondre? I don't mind it. If you're worried about it, play him. Pacheco's a good play today. We worried about Ridley's usage? I mean, yes. I'm not even watching the game anymore. But I mean, I'm beginning to worry. Dude, you know what's funny? Everyone after week 1 told me, Andrew, you're an idiot for ranking Christian Kirk so highly against Zay Jones. Zay Jones' absence has been such a blessing for Christian Kirk's value. It's crazy. But I don't understand why, Calvin Ridley's completely disappeared. I mean, the only reason he scored today was because of broken coverage. Let's just put that out into the universe first and foremost. But goodness gracious, Christian Kirk is the guy, isn't he? Is Russ a significantly safer play over Daniel Jones? Is he a safer play? I think he's safer. I just don't think he has as much upside because I think Javonte Williams will get himself a pretty good volume of work today, considering how easy it is to run the ball against that defense. Kenneth Gainwell or Zeke? Again, it's just kind of up to whether you think Zeke's going to score a touchdown. If you think Zeke scores a touchdown, then Zeke's probably the play there. All right, Haram, where is your question? Do you have a question in the chat maybe? There you go. Haram says in a full PPR, pick 2, Javonte Williams, Judy, Achane, Ayuk, sorry. Of those available options, I would play Javonte Williams and I would play Brandon Ayuk there. Thank you, Haram. Javonte or James Conner? Again, as you guys can see on screen to the right of me, we have up-to-date rankings as of right now. Half PPR, top 36 running backs. I have Javonte Williams at 14 and James Conner at 16, so I'd play Williams there comparatively. Someone asked in the chat, JRR Tokens, welcome back, says DJ Moore or Garrett Wilson. As of right now, I have Garrett Wilson ranked higher. Well, with Claypool, I already knew Claypool was going to be out, so that's not even a change. I have Garrett Wilson at 37. I have Godwin at 38. I have DJ Moore at 39. I have Elijah Moore at 40. Just so we're all on the same page. Thank you. Another huge one from Bijan. Let's go. Okay, moving on. We had a question that came in from Keloid. Keloid, welcome back. Nice to see you. Keloid says the following. PPR, Nico Collins, Bijan, that's Brian Robinson Jr. or Ford. I would probably end up playing, let's see here. Nico Collins. I have Brian Robinson Jr. quite literally one spot. Is that Jonnu Smith cooking? Man, Jonnu Smith, it's funny. Jonnu Smith gets all of the receptions on this team. The last 3 weeks, he's been super relevant. Oh man, it sucks for Kyle Pitts. Yeah, I have Brian Robinson Jr. one spot ahead of Nico Collins. So you can play either of the or if you prefer one over the other. But yeah, that's how I have it ranked. Thank you. As for your follow-up question, I heard you say Collins over Ford in another chat. But Ford is 9 spots ahead. Yeah, okay, so Keloid, the rankings that are on Patreon and the rankings that are on the email list that are sent out are not up to date. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to rank or readjust them because Deshaun Watson in the news, again, those rankings were sent out at 2:30 a.m. this morning. We just most recently updated everything about 40 minutes ago. So everything's kind of been adjusted in that regard. Armin says Browns or Saints defense. I think, if I'm not mistaken, who do I have ranked higher again? Let's see. I have the Browns at 9 and I have the Saints at 11. So they're both pretty solid this week. Puka, Olave, or Deebo Samuel, pick 2. I'd end up just playing Puka and Olave and just not risking Deebo Samuel later this afternoon, Tyler. Thank you. Edwards, Hall, or Breida. Should I gamble and see if Eckler plays? Eckler's not going to play. So you just roll with the higher, ranked of the 3, which is Edwards. Thank you. We had a question from AMZG Eric says, flex DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, Gus Edwards, or Kenneth Gainwell. I would play Terry McLaurin out of that bunch. Thank you. Moving on to Apollo Light says 10-team full PPR. I have 2 spots. Wide receiver and a flex. I'm debating Mike Evans, Brandon Ayuk, Josh Palmer. I have AJ Brown already starting. I'd play Ayuk and I'd play Evans. Thank you. Moving on to Auntie Slayer says full PPR. Madison, Palmer, Achane. Thanks, Andrew. Of those 3, I would end up playing Madison. Come on, throw it to Bijan. Oh, man, he was going to throw it to Bijan. Goodness gracious. Chase sends in a question, says Ravens or Seahawks defense. I would rather play the Ravens defense against DTR today. Thank you. Kirk with 12 targets. Great. Let me see here. In one of my home leagues, I started Kirk today as my wide receiver 3. He's cooking, I believe. Let's see here. How many points does he have in the full PPR format? Yeah, he's got 16.4. I love it. I love it. Evan Ingram's got 11. Brandon McManus has got 11. That's a lot of kicking from Brandon McManus. That's great. All right, moving on. After Chase's question, somebody in the chat was asking Olave or Deebo. Again, I have Olave set as my number 9 ranked wide receiver. I have Deebo as my number 10. So considering that, I would suggest you play Olave. Thank you. Let's see here. JDW Sports Talk Show says, with Jimmy G out, should I still consider playing Myers over Nico Collins? I would, primarily because from what I saw from Aiden O'Connell, at least I know that he'll be capable enough to target his most valuable receivers. So I'm comfortable starting him. Again, you may feel otherwise, but yeah, I'm pretty comfortable rolling out there with Jacoby Myers. Thank you. What the heck is that? Okay, cool. We're good to go. Moby one, thank you very much, Martin. Appreciate it. Full PPR. Is that another touchdown from Drake London? Damn, that would have been clutch. Wide receiver 3, pick 1. Michael Pittman Jr., Devonta Smith, Waddle. Goodness gracious. Martin, you have such a stacked team. All right, so if we're starting 1 of 3 in a full PPR, let's go look at my rankings. Where's Pittman? So I have Pittman at 13. I have Devonta Smith at 15, and I have Jalen Waddle at 17. No, actually, it would change because there's no more Amari Cooper there. So, and there's no more Ridley, so that doesn't make it a different. Okay, so it would be Pittman number 1, Smith number 2, Waddle 3. So I'd go Michael Pittman Jr. 8 catches in each of the last 3 consecutive weeks. So I'd roll in that direction. What do we have here? Are we rolling the dice on Debo or play a dart like Tank Dell? I'm comfortable that Debo will play. I am very comfortable that he will play. If he doesn't end up playing, again, you have to understand that there is inherent risk there, but I'll take it. Do we accept that Lockett isn't a wide receiver 20-ish? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Is that a question or is that a statement? Flex Roshan or Gabe Davis? I'll take Gabe Davis there. Liam says, do we? Yeah, okay. I don't understand that question, Liam. Nico Collins or Hollywood Brown? I have Nico Collins ranked higher. Judy, Lockett, or Myers? I'll take Judy. Rachaad White or Terry McLaurin? I'll take Rachaad White in a full PPR. Brian Robinson or Palmer? In a half PPR, I'd probably end up playing Brian Robinson there. Kicker rankings? Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. For those of you guys who haven't yet already, be sure to go ahead and click the like button down below. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. For those of you who have sent in super chats most recently, Stu sent in a question. Thank you very much, Stu. Says, start 1 in the flex. Stevenson, Sanders, or Kyron Williams? I play Kyron Williams. Thank you. Moving on to Haram's follow-up question. He says, full PPR pick 2, Javonte, Judy, A-Chain, Ayuk. I think I mentioned this, or I answered it earlier, Haram. I would play Ayuk, and I would also play Javonte Williams. Thank you. Drew Holiday to Boston. Did he really? No. Wait. Listen. Wait a minute. Drew Holiday rumors to Celtics. Who are they going to ship? Like, legitimately, who do they have to give away? Didn't they already trade away Marcus Smart this offseason? Dude, that trade where Lillard got, shipped to the Milwaukee Bucks. Dude, that team is going to be hard to beat. The Eastern Conference is going to be in some trouble, man. Whew, that's just going to be crazy. Imagine Lillard in an offense where he's not the primary option. Oh man, he's going to cook. He's going to cook. Moving on. Nathan Hogan says, should I start Thielen, Sanders, or Palmer? Okay, so Thielen and Sanders or Palmer or Sanders. Okay, so if you're only starting one wide receiver, I'd like to play Thielen this week. Thank you. Let's see here. Can the Jacksonville Jaguars do anything today? Because they haven't done anything in the second half. They scored 17 in the first half, and they've been pretty much shut down thus far. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Corey Miller. Thank you. Says, no Deshaun Watson. Do I start the Broncos defense or the Ravens? I like the Ravens defense. Thank you. Michael Ortiz says, start Najee Harris over Breida or grab Justice Hill. I would play Najee Harris over both of them. Thank you. Catherine Stokely says, full PPR flex, Charbonnet, Khalil Herbert, Roshan Johnson, Rico Dowdle, Marvin Mims, or Dallas Goedert. In a full PPR scoring format, I probably end up playing Dallas Goedert out of the bunch. Thank you. Another great grab from Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram just out route after out route after out route all day. Alrighty, let's see here. Where are we at? Rachaad White or Devon Achane? I play Devon Achane. Kyle. Dan Sek sends in a question. Dan Sek's question is, Gibbs start. Okay, I had Gibbs. I'm assuming that's what you meant with the throw up face, nauseated face. That's what it's called on YouTube. Kamara or Higgins in the flex? Walker's already in. I like T. Higgins in the matchup against Tennessee. Thank you. Kyron Williams or DeAndre Swift? Steven, I have rankings on screen. We currently have Kyron Williams at 8 and DeAndre Swift at number 6. So I prefer Swift just slightly ahead of him in the matchup. How do we feel about Tennessee's Titans defense? Mixon is going to eat. Question mark. Mixon has played decent against the Tennessee Titans in the last 2 showings against them. Or not, actually, no, it wasn't even Mixon last year. Last year, when the Bengals took on the Tennessee Titans, it was Samaje Perine, and Samaje Perine dominated in that game. Let me find this. The Samaje Perine last year against the Tennessee Titans went for 17 carries, 58 rushing yards, only a 3.4 yard per carry average, but we'll take it. A rushing touchdown, 4 catches, 35 receiving yards, over 17 fantasy points. We're hoping for something like that. We're hoping, please, fantasy gods. Let them be good. Moby says, never play your London game players. It's always miserable. I sat ETN for Monty. Great play, man. Great play. Is it always miserable? Because, some of these guys are not terrible. But yes, overall, I think anytime the Atlanta Falcons are in a matchup, it's going to be a miserable game because they just can't score, man. They just can't score. Let it rip. Let it rip. Oh my God. There we go. I was about to say, hey, what if there was a rule that fantasy wide receivers got points for drawing defensive pass interference calls? What if your player got like a point? He doesn't get all the yardage, but what if he got a point? Thoughts? Let's see here. We have Broncos or Bengals defense. I prefer the Bengals this week, Tam. We had a question that came in from Rusty Wright. Rusty says the following. Talk me out of starting Javonte plus Connor over Mixon. Talk you out of it? I mean, listen, I don't even blame you for wanting to do it. The only reason why I have Connor ranked lower in comparison is because I know, at least, well, I don't know for a fact, I'm convinced that the 49ers are going to be able to shut down the Cardinals. I'm convinced. And I think James Conner could have himself a touchdown, which will save his week, and he'll get himself the receiving upside. I just feel like comparatively, Javonte in that easy matchup, great. But if it's between Mixon and Conner, I could understand you playing Conner. I'm not like wholly against it. I just feel like with Burrow's injury, they're going to run the ball more with Mixon, or they'll at least be forced to do so. Jordan Johnson says Chargers or Ravens defense. I'll take the Ravens. Moving on to Michael Ortiz. Michael Ortiz's question consists of Najee Harris or Breida. Yes, I'll take Najee Harris. Can I elaborate? Yeah, they play against the Houston Texans. I think it's the 5th easiest matchup at the position. The Seattle Seahawks are really stout against the run. Let me find the stats exactly so that I can not just try to pull them off the top of my head. Where is my... Here we go. So, Houston Texans. Thus far this season, they are allowing 18.5 fantasy points per game to running back rushing statistics, which is rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. On the other end of the spectrum, the Seattle Seahawks, they're only allowing 2.71 yards per carry on average. They've allowed 5 touchdowns, which allows them to obviously give up a lot of points, but ultimately, on 198 carries against them, they've only given up 2.71 yards per carry. Come on, ETN. ETN is falling down on first contact. Like, come on, man. You got to keep it rolling. Moving on to Stu's question, Stevenson or Miles Sanders? As my RB2, I'll take Stevenson today. Jordan Johnson follows up with another question saying, actually, it's the same question again. Yes, I would still play Baltimore. Thank you. Sean Augustine says, or August says, I got an offer straight Thielen for D-Hop full PPR. I would probably take it. Points for targets. Yeah, I mean, that's might as well at that point, right? Yeah, you're right. It's a slippery slope. Achan or Collins. I'll take Achan there. Allen. Adnan says, hear Jeremy Fowler report on Roshan. Coaches to get him more work. I hope so. That would be incredible. Because Khalil Herbert has been nothing this. I mean, let's be honest. As soon as the season started, like as soon as the preseason ended, the Bears went and they took their left guard and their left tackle and they put them both on injured reserve, which was huge, brutal, loss for that team. There's a reason why, the left side of the offensive line is falling apart on every running play and every passing play. So that's really the primary reason why this offensive line is awful in comparison to where they should have been. A lot of injuries already plaguing them. If Roshan Johnson really is going to get more utilization, which I haven't seen a report regarding, but I would love for that to be the case, that would be incredible because honestly, he's in line for more work. He really is talented enough for it. Chandler Cox says, am I foul for thinking Achan will go back to 6 rushing attempts? Passing game looks good. looks to go. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility, Chandler. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Time will tell, I suppose, right? That's the whole thing. We're speculating on these outcomes. There's a reason why we're not 100% accurate here. If I was 100% accurate, I'd be in Vegas. Actually, no, I would have already made my millions, and I'd be, in let's come up with a country. I would be in Bora Bora. How about that? Moving on. I heard Steven. Okay, Sean says I heard Stevenson's getting the backseat from to Elliott today. Dude, he plays the Cowboys. It's like a revenge game, but he's not gonna play the backseat. There's no way. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. If the first series of the game, right? They get the ball, they hand it off to Zeke on the first play just to be like, hey, look, we have Zeke now. Ha ha ha. Great. But Stevenson's the better running back, and he's the third down back. Moving on. We have Kansas City's defense starting Jaylen Warren or Breece Hall. I currently have Jaylen Warren ranked higher, do I not? If I don't, then I play Breece Hall. Where do I have them ranked? I have Jaylen Warren. Never mind. I have Breece Hall higher. We go with Breece Hall. If you want to play Warren, you can. They're really close in terms of their overall rankings. Roshan or Pierce. Pierce has 0 offensive line. If you want to play Roshan, go for it. I can't. Here's the thing, Marie. I can't substantiate the claims that are being made, right? Until we have actual evidence, like this, the Fowler report or whatever reports that come out, like I can't actually take them for facts, and I don't want to like use a random report that I got from from somebody and just immediately move it into the conversation and say, yeah, that's objectively the thing. Sean says, did I miss my question? Yeah, you did. My suggestion was yes, trade for D-Hop there, Sean. Thank you. Justin says, are we worried about Aaron Jones? No, he was on a snap count. Obviously, coming off the injury, they had him a little bit limited. Obviously, on top of it, 2 of the starting offensive linemen were out in that game. Just to give you some perspective, Aaron Jones only played 35% of the snaps on Thursday, and A.J. Dillon played 67% of the snaps. So going forward, I wouldn't worry about him. He'll be fine. If anything, at this moment, for those of you who don't have Aaron Jones, maybe it's a buy low potential option here. Moving on, we have Cooler Hand, who says full PPR Ramondre, Khalil Herbert, or Najee. Give me Ramondre, baby. Moving on, David says starting Cooper, Terry McLaurin, Thielen, or Thomas. Out of those 4 options, I would like to play Adam Thielen. Moving on, LP says half PPR Jerome Ford, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders. Give me Jerome Ford. Sorry, give me Javonte Williams. Apologies. The brain got scrambled there for a second. Damien, Cheryl, yeah. Where's Damien's question? Didn't get attached, Damien. If you can type your question in the chat, Damien, that'd be great, greatly appreciated. Miles Sanders or Addison in a full PPR? I play Addison there. Defensive rankings? Sure. Let me get to Damien's question, and then we'll be good to go. Khalid says Amari Cooper or Tutu Atwell. I play Tutu Atwell. Mikey says, do I start Daniel Jones or Justin Fields? I like Justin Fields today. Sorry for the long question. Pick 2 out of Flowers, Achane, Evans, Dell, Najee, flex spot, full PPR. If I'm picking 2 of these options, I probably in a full PPR scoring format. Let's see, where do I have Achane ranked comparatively? Achane is there. I have, where's Flowers compared to him? Flowers is 1 spot under him. Who else do you have? Where's this? Okay. Evans, Achane, Flowers, Dell. So yeah, it would probably be Evans and Dell there, 42. That's at least where I would go. All right, where's Damien's question? Damien, you here? Damien says, my bad. Sent before typing. Okay, so just type in your question in the chat and we'll be good to go. I'm going to go ahead while I wait for that. I'm going to mention top 12 kicker and defensive rankings. Once again, thank you very much. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, good morning. We will be live for the next 50 minutes. We've been here for already 3 hours and 10 minutes answering questions, watching this horrid football game. Hopefully the rest of the week will be a lot more exciting because by all means, The Jaguars are still not in the clear. They still look pretty bad, to be honest. Anyway, let's talk about defenses. Eagles number 1, 49ers number 2, Chiefs number 3, Cowboys number 4, Steelers 5, Bengals 6, Browns 7, Broncos 8, Colts 9, Saints 10, Buccaneers. Sorry, these are the wrong rankings. These are not updated. Moving back from the top. Number 1 is the Eagles. Number 2 is the 49ers. Number 3 is the Chiefs. 4 is the Cowboys. 5 is the Ravens. 6 is the Steelers. 7 is the Bengals. 8 is the Broncos. 9 is the Browns. 10 is the Colts. 11 is the Saints. 12 is the Buccaneers. 13 is a honorable mention, Patriots. Moving on to kickers. We have Moody at number 1. Elliott at number 2. Aubrey at number 3. Bass at number 4. Maher at number 5. Tucker at 6. Butker at 7. McPherson at 8. Sanders at 9. Fairbairn at 10. Gay at 11. And Cameron Dicker at 12. Thank you. Okay, I think Brandon McManus probably has more points than any other fantasy prospect in this game. Probably, right? If I'm not mistaken. Actually, let me go see. How many points does the Jacksonville Jaguars defense have? Let me see. Did Damien get to asking the question? Let's see. Damien, where's your question, my man? All right. While I wait for Damien, Khalid, we're going to play Tutu Atwell there. Christian Ponce, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Says Roshan Johnson, Rashad White, or Brian Robinson Jr. Pick 2. I'd probably still play Brian Robinson and Rashad White there this week. Thank you. Lucky Slevin says Amari Cooper or Josh Palmer. I'll play Josh Palmer there. Thank you. Let's see here. How many points does my Jacksonville defense have? I feel like going forward, it's kind of like unless the defense is objectively bad, you typically want to play everyone against the Falcons because of Desmond Ridder, but Jacksonville's defense, how much do they got today? 17. Yeah, that's probably the highest scoring player on today's fantasy list. Zay Flowers or Gabe Davis? Colin, I would play Zay Flowers today. Waddle or Devonta Smith this week? I have Devonta Smith higher. Let's see. Is the game over? Is this thing done? Trevor Lawrence was able to bail himself out with a 46 rushing yard performance. My goodness, man. This is a lackluster game. I mean, I'm not totally surprised. Like Moby One was saying in the chat, rule of thumb, be careful with London players because again, you got to fly over there, you got to spend a week there, you got to get adjusted to the time, you got to get adjusted to everything. Your body clock's completely off rhythm, and then you're just playing a full speed game. It's tough. All right, Damien says start 3 of 4: Sanders, Thielen, Tutu, Javonte Williams. Okay, so of the available, I would play Javonte, Tutu, and Thielen. Thank you. Are we going to get some garbage time points here from the Falcons? Maybe Bijan finds the end zone, please. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Hi, Max says Cooper with DTR or Tank Dell. I'll take Tank Dell. Thank you. And there goes the Jacksonville defense getting more fantasy points. Goodness gracious. Sanders or Rashad White? I'll take Sanders there. Do you think Bateman and Beckham out will significantly impact Flowers? I think he could see 10 to 15 targets. I'm hoping he will. I think in a full PPR, Flowers potentially has more value. I mean, 2 of the 3 weeks already this season, he has had more than 10 targets. But it's just a matter of can he find the end zone? And then on top of it, even with 10 targets, playing Denzel Ward is not an easy matchup at all. So that's just kind of the concern there. Divine Snow says Kelly or Addison. We'll take Addison there. Let's see. They had 20 points. I dropped them because of last week. My bad. Luck continues. Damn, that sucks. All right, moving on. We had a question that came in from Jordan Johnson. Jordan, thank you very much. Says, do you have any thoughts on Durham Smythe? Outside of the box, I know, but my tight end situation sucks. I drafted Okonkwo. None of your ranked is available. Is Dawson Knox available? Because I'd rather play Dawson Knox over Durham Smythe. I'd rather play Donald Parham over Durham Smythe. I'd rather play Noah Fant over Durham Smythe. I'd rather play Jawan Johnson over, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of guys that I'd rather play ahead of him. Let me know if any of those are available. How do you guys feel about Myers? That's a great question. Chat, how do we feel about Myers? Antonio says, hey, good morning, Andrew. At the flex position, full PPR. Okay, flex position. What are we doing here? Gabe Davis, Kelly, or Njoku? I play Gabe Davis there. Thank you. Javonte Williams or Tyler Lockett? We'll go with Javonte. Daniel Anchor, thank you very much. Says full PPR, Jacoby Myers or Jerome Ford. I'll take Jacoby Myers this week. Thank you. Levi says T. Higgins or Achan. I'll play T. Higgins there. Levi in a full PPR. Kelly or Hollywood in the flex, full PPR. I play Hollywood there. Honestly, I don't know if we can trust Kelly, to be honest. LP says full PPR, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, Tua, or Burrow. I have Chase. I'd still play Tua. I'd still play Flowers. Thank you, LP. Appreciate it. McManus had 14. Should have had 17. Yeah, that is a crazy game for a kicker. Did he really only have 14? What kind of league do you play in when he had 14? I thought he had more. Let me find this. McManus. Search. Why is this not working? Thank you. McManus, yeah, he had 14. Never mind. I thought he had more points. I thought I saw it somewhere else. Andrew, by the way, pick one PPR. Pittman, Waddle, Devonta Smith. It's 10 points per receiving touchdown. Does that change anything? Technically, yes. That's a huge difference maker, but is it worth? I probably still end up playing Michael Pittman Jr. I think Devonta Smith has a higher upside of a touchdown because of the matchup and because of the offense in general. But I can't guarantee a touchdown. It would be between him and Smith still. But I think I still play Pittman there. Thank you. All right. We had a question that came in from Alex Olivas. Says, half PPR start 3. DJ Moore, Josh Palmer, Flowers, and Dell. I play Palmer, Flowers, and Dell. Thank you. Intergalactic says, Amari Cooper without Deshaun Watson or George Pickens. I'll take George Pickens there. Thank you. We move on. We had a question that came. Let's see here. Nico Collins or Myers or Cooper? Yeah, if I'm picking two of those options fast, I'm playing Myers and Nico Collins. Intergalactic says full PPR, by the way. Yeah, I'd still play George Pickens there. Hey, Andrew, would you drop Algier for Justice Hill? No, I think I'd rather have the handcuff of Bijan Robinson. Let's see. Jorge Perez, I do not see a question. Okay, there it is. Good morning. Full PPR. I need one running back and 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Sanders, we have Mixon, Kyron Williams, Addison, Nakua, and McLaurin. Okay, so Jorge Perez, as your one running back, I would play Kyron Williams. As your 2 wide receivers, I would play Nakua alongside of McLaurin. And in your flex, I'd probably play Joe Mixon. Thank you. We had a question that came in from Stratzy. Says, full PPR, O'Connell, Carr, Tannehill, Getaway. Okay, so if I'm playing one of those 3 quarterbacks, I have Carr ranked highest, O'Connell second highest, Tannehill third. As for your follow-up thing, let's see here. 12-team league, can't play Watson or Goff, who are on my team. Thanks. Yeah, that's rough. So considering the injury, yeah, I think I'm just going to roll with Derek Carr there at the moment. Thank you. Let me check a couple of my lineups. I got to make sure that I'm good to go. I don't have Amari Cooper starting in any random spots in the given week because that would be a little bit disastrous. Okay, dokie. We're good to go. What is that? Okay, cool. Nice. All right, moving on. Let's see here. Are you worried about Derrick Henry rest of season? I'm worried that he's injured. That's my biggest concern. Now, as to whether or not he can stay healthy, that's to be determined. But I'm worried about that toe injury. Let's see here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's see. Where are we at? Christopher says Pickens or Pierce. I'll play Pickens. People. Myers is going to kill it today. Start for show, says Martini. I agree. Let's see here. Ramondre or Brian Robinson Jr.? I'd play Ramondre. Are you concerned about Zeke taking over? Zeke's not going to take. Listen, Zeke couldn't take over last year in an offense where they literally gave him the ball 250 times. Like, there's nothing that I'm worried about with Zeke. I legitimately am not. If it proves me wrong, so be it. I just don't think Zeke is a talented enough player at this point in his career to be able to outwork Ramondre. I don't see it. Jay, thank you. It says, congratulations to Arthur Smith, Desmond Ridder, and the Atlanta Falcons for the most creative tank job for Caleb Williams. Yeah, not wrong there, Jay. Not wrong. And I don't blame him, man. Caleb Williams looks good. Lance Rebo says, who would you start in the flex full PPR? Between those options, I'd probably end up playing Josh Jacobs, Lance. Full PPR, Pickens or Najee Harris? I'd play Pickens. All right, let's see here. Where are we at? All right, let me go ahead. Let me pull something up. We've been here for 3 hours and 22 minutes, huh? What a wonderful day. What a wonderful Sunday, guys, huh? Love to see it. Let me check a couple things out really quickly. So we're all on the same page. Okay, cool. So let's answer some more questions, shall we? What do we have? McLaurin or Nico Collins? Luis, I would play McLaurin. Guys, a reminder. It may be a top secret, okay? It may be a secret, but I'm gonna let you in on the secret, okay? There are rankings literally on screen to the right of me in fat text that show my rankings as of right now, who I would start within these positions. I know it's a half PPR, but I'm telling you, it often doesn't change it that radically from half to full. There are some players that are like receiving machines, like a Jacoby Myers, like a Keenan Allen, like a Michael Pittman Jr., who catch a lot of passes, Puka Nacua, and their rankings adjust accordingly. But ultimately, it's very similar. Just putting it out there. Keep in mind, the secret is that the rankings are on screen and they're hiding in plain sight. Thank you. All jokes aside, guys, legitimately, I do appreciate y'all coming out here and supporting. Every day you guys continue to just show support for the channel, come out with your viewership, clicking the like button, anything that you guys can do to support the channel, it is greatly appreciated and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you again for all that you guys do to help continue to support the channel. Thank you. You think Hall goes over 50 yards? No. I mean, I could see him break off a run, but is there an underdog play for that? Let's see. Underdog, what is his number for this week? Let's see. If Underdog's website wants to load for me, that'd be great. Good morning. Thielen or Dell? I like Thielen today. Personally, that's what I like. R Fall sends in a question. Thank you very much, R. I appreciate it. It says, hey, Andrew, pick two standard. Najee Harris, Dell, or Pickens. In a standard scoring format. Jeez. Who's scoring a touchdown? I would have to play Najee Harris just off of the basis of he's a running back and he's going to get a higher volume of touches. If I'm playing another option next to him, it's probably Tank Dell. So I probably go Dell and Najee. Yeah, that's probably where I go there. Tony Hines sends in a question. Thank you very much, Tony. I appreciate it. Somebody in the chat was asking Miles Sanders or Pacheco. Ernesto, play Pacheco there. Bobby Wagner. I don't know what did you say, my man? Let's see. Bobby Wagner. Hey, brother, got a question. Jerome Ford, Miles Sanders, or Roshan Johnson. Pick two. I'd probably end up playing Miles Sanders and Jerome Ford. Roshan Johnson is a to-be-determined kind of player. He's going to have to see a lot more utilization and a lot more touches to be relevant, and I don't know if this is the week for it, but it could be. But for right now, I would just lean towards the safer options of those other guys. I've been here over 3 hours. Can you answer my question? Darius, I absolutely can. Sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I miss these questions, man. There's so many of them. Two different teams trade Zay Flowers for Pierce. Zay Flowers for Pierce. Trade Olave and Bigsby for Pierce and Pickens. No. I'd like to keep Olave and I'd like to keep Flowers. I would not be trading for Pierce, in my opinion. That's just the way I would go about it. I know his offensive lineman will eventually get healthy, but it's going to take a couple weeks. So I would probably just allow the really bad performances to continue to stack up, and then I'd buy him when he's at an all-time low. Luis says, I missed the names on screen. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, man. Um, let's see here. So Tony Hines says, you probably answered this already. Why do you feel better about Jacobs over Mostert? Okay, here's the primary reason. So as soon as I heard that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be out, I was like, all right, we got to move Jacobs down. And then I heard it's not going to be Brian Hoyer earlier this morning at around like 2 a.m. ish. And I was like, okay, it's Aiden O'Connell then. And if Aiden O'Connell is going to be starting, their offense will be far better. So it means that's probably a higher chance of him scoring points. And then they also play against the Chargers, who again have been awful in terms of stopping the run for the last, 3 or 4 years straight. So I'm pretty confident with the Raiders being familiar with their division rival. And the last time we saw Josh Jacobs take on this matchup, the dude had over 120 rushing yards and a touchdown. Like, I'm comfortable with the idea that even though, what does this say? Alvin Kamara bracing for a quote-unquote full workload. Okay, thanks, Fowler. Like, I don't know what Fowler's on about, man. Fowler's just making reports up out of his ass at this point. But anyway, back on the topic of Jacobs. If I'm trusting him or Mostert, like, Achane really scares me. Achane could steal touchdowns. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm just hoping that they'll default to Raheem Mostert and give him the majority of the touches, give him majority of the snaps, and give him the goal line work. But he has a threat impeding his overall upside, which is Achane, in comparison to Jacobs, who doesn't have anybody but his offensive line who stops him from scoring points. Alrighty. Let's see here. Okay, so what do we have here? We had a follow-up question here coming in my direction from Andrew Basil. Godwin or Addison full PPR? I'll play Jordan Addison today. Justin Peasy says, Andrew, after this week, should I trade Garrett Wilson and Evan Ingram for Saquon? Yes. My running backs are hurting. It doesn't even matter if your running backs are hurting. I'll take that deal any day of the week, regardless of which week. So yeah, I'll take that. Tim Short says Tutu Atwell, DJ. I'm assuming DJ is like DJ Chark, Tank, Mike, Jerome. What? Who's Mike? Mike Thomas? Mike Evans? Like, Tim Short, we gotta be. I mean, I know you're trying to make it a short and sweet message. I need more info, brother. Jay Callie says Evans or Higgins. I'll play Higgins there. Bobby Wagner says, hey, brother, flex. Would you start Joshua Kelly or Cortland Sutton? I'd play Cortland Sutton. Let's see here. FRS says, full PPR. Who should I flex? Amari Cooper, Darren Waller, Gainwell, or Rashee Rice? I'd play Darren Waller there. Moving on. Okay, so getting back to Justin Peasley's question. He had a follow-up after the question about Saquon. He said, my running backs are... Okay, yeah, never mind. We're good there. Damian Peterson, Montgomery. Yeah, let's trade for Saquon. So Tim Short, let's say, for example, DJ is DJ Chark. And let's say, for example, Mike is Mike Thomas. Okay? For example. In that overall situation, I would end up playing one wide receiver, one flex. I play Tutu Atwell alongside of... No. I'd probably play Tank Dell next to him. So Tutu and Tank. Nelson sends in a question. Says, hey, Andrew, who should I start in my flex, Mike Evans or Ramondre Stevenson? PPR. I'm fairly certain I have Mike Evans ranked lower. I can check this on my full PPR just to confirm. Okay, I'm not even joking. You can ask someone who's on the Patreon, someone who has the emails every Sunday morning via Underdog Fantasy specifically. Again, if you guys haven't checked out Underdog Fantasy yet at this current moment in time, there's a link down in the description. You can use code Andrew. First time deposit minimum of $10. Get a first time deposit match up to $500. Also be able to take advantage of the potential pick'ems today. Josh Allen higher on total passing attempts. Jalen Waddle higher on total receiving yards. Besides all of that, you'll get my rankings every Sunday morning. So for those of you guys who have the rankings, Ramondre Stevenson full PPR 38, Mike Evans 39. Back to back, I'll take Ramondre. If you're worried about the Zeke play, then by all means, let's go with Mike Evans and let's just keep him rolling. Again, they're back-to-back, so their separation of points in my projections are not too different. Why has Kyren Williams gone up so far in my rankings? Mainly because I was an idiot earlier in the week. The fact of the matter is, when I compare him to a lot of these other running backs, when I think of touchdown upside, Kyren Williams presents so much touchdown upside comparatively to Javonte, Stevenson, Madison, Henry, Mixon, Cook. Like, he is at such a higher overall opportunity volume because first and foremost, he doesn't leave the field. He sees targets and he's the goal line back. When you have that full trio of combination, my dumbass was thinking, yeah, let's just rank him lower because he's got a tough matchup. That's not the way to go about it. Like he is at a higher potential for fantasy points because of the way that they utilize him. We have to hope that he gets a goal line carry, which I think he will be able to get today. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from where art that question? DeAndre Warren. Hope you're doing well. Says, I have AR-15, I have Fields, I have Tyreek, I have AJ Brown, I have Tank Dell. Should I trade Pickens and Addison for Hurts or Josh Allen? Or should I stay with what I have? I'm very comfortable with what you have with Anthony Richardson and Fields. I don't think you need to make an upgrade. I think you keep the depth that you have on roster. Ivan says, greetings and salutations. Nico Collins or Zay Flowers? Flex, full PPR. I'll take Zay Flowers. Thank you. Brudamon says, what's your defensive rankings? Just got here. Thank you. Sounds good. Let's go over them. Defensive rankings. Number 1, we have the Philadelphia Eagles. Number 2, we have the San Francisco 49ers. Number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 4, Dallas Cowboys. Number 5, Baltimore Ravens. 6, Pittsburgh Steelers. 7, Cincinnati Bengals. 8, Broncos. 9, Browns. 10, Colts. 11, Saints. 12, Buccaneers. Patriots 13. Thank you. Moving on. We had a question that came in from Kenny23332 says, pick my RB2 and flex. Kyron Williams, Swift, or Moss. If I'm picking an RB2 between those 3 options, my goodness, you've got me in a tough position. As of right now, I have Zach Moss ranked higher than the 3. As you guys can see, I have Zach Moss on all remaining running backs, 5, DeAndre Swift at 6, and Kyron Williams at 8 on my rankings to the right of me, just right over there. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question that rolled in from Joel Garza. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It says, Nico, Ramondre, Josh Palmer, Zay Flowers, Jerome Ford. I need one. I'd play Ramondre. JH says, Javonte Williams, Ford, or Sanders. I'd play Javonte. Thank you. Christian Ponce, where is your question? Says, what hopes do I have for Rachaad White and Brian Robinson Jr.? They both play tough defenses this week. True. I'm strongly considering starting Roschon Johnson against the Denver Broncos today instead. Okay, so here's the thing. Even though a tough matchup exists, it doesn't mean that a player is completely absent of having an upside game. There is a possibility that to begin the game, Jalen Hurts throws a pick, and then you have yourself and the Washington Commanders offense line up on the 5-yard line, they immediately punch it in. And then for the remainder of the game, even though Brian Robinson's only able to accumulate, 60 total yards, he still is a better player than a Roschon. Like, there are possibilities, and because there are so many variables of different outcomes that can take place in fantasy football, I look towards the players who are going to get the most volume of opportunity. And between the 3 that you're mentioning, I like Brian Robinson. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Toast. He says, Amari or Pickens? I'll take Pickens. Amari or Javonte? I'll take Javonte. Thank you. Daniel McDougal says, half PPR, Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams, Mixon, or Kamara. Out of those available options, let me see. I think I have Puka Nacua. No, I do have Puka Nacua ranked higher than the entire bunch. Thank you. Aaron Northcutt says, Fields or Purdy? If you're looking for safe but still has potential upside, you play Purdy. I mentioned this yesterday on our live stream. I think Fields, okay? Let's say, for example, Purdy has himself a solid week. He scores 18 to 20 points. Great. If Fields has a bad week, he scores 14. That's a 6-point difference. If 6 points is going to win or lose you the game, then play Purdy. But I truly do think that Fields has a range of scoring 14 to 30 points in a given week. And if Fields can reach that 24 to 30 point upside with a couple rushing yards that accumulate a 60-yard rushing touchdown or a couple big plays with his arm, he can very easily outscore all of the quarterbacks that are ranked today. We've seen it happen. That's why I've reserved the fact of I do believe he has upside. I think the matchup is favorable. I do like it, but you have to understand the risk. If you are risk averse and you just want the points, your roster's good, you're already projected to win, you're just looking to go ahead and just secure it, play Purdy, but otherwise I like Fields. Phil says, Puka Nacua, Waddle, or Devonta Smith from the Eagles. Phil, I like Puka Nacua this week. First and foremost, rankings on screen. Let's see here. Speak Your Piece. Sports Talk Show says, for W2, who should I start? Wide receiver 2. Garrett Wilson or Brandon Ayuk? I love Brandon Ayuk in the given week over Garrett Wilson. Follow-up question. For the flex, who do I start? Achane, Ford, Javonte Williams, Mike Thomas. Out of those options, I'll take Javonte Williams. Thank you. Patrick Morris sends in a question, says Josh Palmer or Miles Sanders in the flex. I'll probably go with that's actually a really good question. Let's see here. In a Sanders, where do I have Sanders accordingly? Sanders I have there, and where do I have? Yeah, I have Josh Palmer ahead of Sanders. Thank you. Moving on, we have Michael. Michael Cantu says, hey, Andrew, Jerry Jeudy or Palmer this week? I'll take Jerry Jeudy. Thank you. Even with Justin Herbert being your quarterback, Jerry Jeudy has more upside inherently against the matchup and everything. Kenny, 2333322. Okay. Says, PPR, RB2, Moss, Tutu. Okay, RB2 and flex. Moss, Tutu Atwell, Ayuk, Kyren Williams. Sorry. I'll play Moss first and foremost as your RB2. As for a full PPR scoring format, am I playing Kyren Williams or am I playing Ayuk or Tutu Atwell? Let's see. Kyren Williams or these other options. I have Kyren Williams ranked higher than both those other options. So play both running backs. Thank you. Let's see here. Lockett or Jerome Ford? I'll take Lockett there, Billy. F. Rain says Joshua Palmer or Higgins. Who do I start? I like Higgins this week. Christopher McConnell says Myers with no Jimmy G. Collins, Achane, half PPR. Pick 2, please. I will take Myers and Achane. Let's see here. Elias says James Conner, Achane, or DJ Moore. Sit one. I would sit DJ Moore this week. Billy says go ahead and start Tank Dell over Olave. I just don't remember. Who the heck is playing Tank Dell over Olave this week? Especially with Derek Carr coming back. We should not do that. Play Chris Olave. Lockett. Okay, we took care of that. Broke Smoke says, hey, Andrew, I have a follow-up question. Roshan Johnson or Joshua Palmer? If you want to play Roshan, you can. I think I'm going to stay safe and just keep rolling with Joshua Palmer there. Gabe Davis or Brian Robinson in a PPR? I'm okay with Gabe Davis there. Sam Fisher says, hey, Andrew, in a full PPR, 1 wide receiver, 2 flex, we have Myers, Kelly, Thielen, Thomas, White, and Godwin. Of those options in a full PPR, I'm playing wide receiver would be Myers, 1 wide receiver, 2 flex. Myers, Thielen, and then your other options is probably Thomas. Myers, Thielen, and Thomas. Sam Fisher. Thanks, man. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Kenny. We took care of that. Lance Rebo says, in a 4-man league, we have 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a singular flex. I have Devon Achane off the waiver wire to drop Puka. Get Devon Achane off waiver wire and drop Puka, Miles Sanders, or Ramondre. Okay, hold up. First and foremost, am I dropping Puka Nacua for Devon Achane? Probably, but in a 4-man league, do you need him? Probably not. And specifically in this week, if we're just trying to win, I'd rather keep Puka Nacua on roster. I'd rather honestly drop Miles Sanders for Devon Achane at this point. So if you're asking Miles Sanders or Ramondre, I'd rather play Ramondre. And Stevenson for Justin Herbert, a good trade. In a 4-man league, anything's a great trade, honestly. So if that helps you, go for it. Mike says, Mike Evans, Tank Dell, or DJ Moore? Bench 1. I would bench DJ Moore. Thanks. Boxer Card Productions. Nice to see you. Long time no see, my man. Says, pick 2 in a full PPR. Ayuk, Waddle, Cooper, Javonte. Give me both of the receivers. I'll take Ayuk and I'll take Waddle. David Garcia says, what's your rest of week 4 pick'ems? Man, I have a lot. Okay, let me go ahead and pull them up real quick while I answer some questions. That's hilarious. I have already been... Dude, Calvin Ridley already disappointed me in my pick'em this week. I had him going over his yardage count. He couldn't even do that, man. Adam says, half PPR, Dalvin Cook, Antonio Gibson, or Akers. Could we find someone else? Legitimately, can we find someone else? Because if I have to start one, I'm starting Antonio Gibson, but I don't love it. Lori Yogi says, thoughts on Brandon Cooks or Gainwell off the bench to replace Amari today? I would still play Amari Cooper in a full PPR. Thank you. Zen O'Malley says, I have the Bills defense. I'm 1-2 going up against a 3-0 team. Should I drop Nico Collins for the Ravens defense? Keep up the grind and kill. Okay, so here's the thing. Honestly, I'm not dropping Nico Collins. I'm playing the Bills defense. or I'm dropping the Bills defense. I'm doing one or the other. Because if I drop Nico Collins and I lose him on waivers, that's a problem. And I don't feel like doing that. So I would just roll with the defense you have on roster. If you're in a position where you're like, the defense is going to be the make or break and that'll win me the week, then at that point you can consider it. But then I need more context as to who's at your wide receiver position, how much depth you have, and how bad losing, Nico Collins is to the overall structure of your team. Noel says, would you start Najee Harris or Adam Thielen? I would start Adam Thielen. All right, let's see here. We had a question about price. Sorry. Where is this? No, that's not it. Zay or Pickens? I'd play Zay Flowers. Stevenson or Thielen? I think I mentioned this before. I'm going to play Stevenson there. Zay Flowers or Pickens? Zay Flowers. Flex Olave, Mostert, or Kyren Williams. Of those three in a full PPR, I'm probably playing Chris Olave. All right, let me go ahead. Let me transfer really quickly over to this screen. These are the pick'ems that I have live for this week. So this is the one I just put in, right? Higher on the passing yards, higher here. This one already died. This one I put in, I'm not even joking. I put this one in at 4 a.m., okay? I was feeling myself, and obviously Calvin Ridley's killed me. But this was not one I was going to suggest anyway. And then I went and I did this one already before. This one was a $30 entry. Like I'm feeling this one. Anyway, what else do we have here? We have a kicker's delight here. Moody, Fairbairn, Bass, Aubrey, and Jake Elliott. So we have a kicker's delight there. We have McCaffrey. I got him at a pretty good number because Mitchell wasn't deemed out yet. Jefferson, always a good number. Elliott, always scoring field goals. Palmer and Michael Thomas. This was mainly because of Jameis Winston, but now I'm going to pray. What else do I have here? Dameon Pierce going lower on his number. And then both these guys, again, I'm literally putting them everywhere I can. And then what else do we have? Oh, look who's here. If one of these two fail, my whole week, my investment this week is shattered. Hawkinson, Moody, Kenneth Walker. What else do we have here? Chris Olave, Waddle, Josh Allen. It all makes sense, right? You understand where we're going here? Just put plays in with Waddle and Josh Allen. I think it'll work, guys. All right, moving on. We had a question from Steve. He says, where is Ingram on your list? He's been consistent. Ingram is not on this list. He was on the list that was ranked at 6 a.m. this morning. If you guys can see screen right now, Ingram was at number 5. But because the game had already started, I had changed the ranking so that I could add more tight ends to the list. But yeah, I had Ingram at 5. I had ETN at 5. I had Bijan at 4. I had Kirk at 23. I had Ridley at, what is Ridley? 11. Trevor Lawrence at 12. But yeah, these are the updated rankings as of the last hour or so now. Moving on, we had a question from Mikey. Mikey says, RBs, Kyren Williams, Pacheco, Henry, Achane, Flex. If I'm only playing one, I'm playing Kyren Williams. Follow-up question, Evans or Michael Thomas? I'd play Evans. Thank you. Chris M4 says, I'm 2-1. I have a 10-team full PPR league. I have AR-15 on my IR slot. Okay. So do I drop Hollywood or Nico Collins? Good. That's a really good question. I honestly might end up dropping Nico Collins there comparatively because once Kyler comes back, Hollywood Brown's someone that I want on roster. Okay. I have Bijan. I have Cook, Madison, Olave, Puka, Cooper, Hollywood. Yeah, I'd probably end up just dropping Collins there. My opponent has Jefferson to start. Do I start Cousins or AR? I have Cousins ranked higher, so I would go with Cousins. Thank you. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from Dilo. Dilo, thank you. I appreciate it. Need upside, full PPR, pick 2. Henry, Moss, Mondre, Dell. Give me both the running backs. Give me Moss and Henry. Thank you. Alex Apking says full PPR. I need a flex. Adam Thielen, Chris Godwin, Jerry Jeudy. Give me Jerry Jeudy. Khalil Jones says full PPR. Pick 1. Sutton, Thomas, Addison, or more. Sutton, Thomas, Addison, more. If I'm picking only one out of this group, I have Cortland Sutton ranked the highest. So I would go Cortland Sutton there. Thank you. Alrighty, we are about 14 minutes from kickoff of week 4 of the 2023 fantasy football season. Ricardo in the chat says, let's talk about defensive rankings. Absolutely. Let's do it. Number 1, Eagles. Number 2, 49ers. Number 3, Chiefs. Number 4, Cowboys. Number 5, Ravens. Number 6, Steelers. 7, Bengals. 8, Broncos. 9, Browns. 10, Colts. 11, Saints. 12, Buccaneers. Again, those are all the remaining defenses. The Jacksonville Jaguars were already ranked, but again, I removed them because they've already played and it's irrelevant at this point. We move on to kickers. Number 1, Jake Moody. Number 2, Jake Elliott. Number 3, Brandon Aubrey. Number 4, Tyler Bass. Number 5, Brett Maher. 6, Justin Tucker. 7, Harrison Butker. 8, Evan McPherson. 9 is Jason Sanders. 10 is Kaimi Fairbairn. 11 is Matt Gay. 12 is Cameron Dicker. If you guys do not have any of those kickers available, you could go ahead and take Jason Myers or Dustin Hopkins as available other options that are alternatives. Any weather news? I have no clue. NFL weather report. I didn't hear anything. I know that New York was flooding this week. I don't know who can confirm that, but I heard that. Let's see here. Partly cloudy, 0%, 0%, Dome Stadium, 0%, 0%. There is no rain. There is no weather conditions this week. That's a beautiful week. I can't wait for a high-scoring week 4 of the 2023 fantasy football season. Daniel Campbell in the chat was saying Evans or Nico Collins, please. I will take Evans. I am, even though I don't love it because he plays against Marshawn Lattimore, I'm going to hope that he's going to be able to find himself at least a solid week of production, considering how much Baker Mayfield loves to target him. Are you worried about Sanders' injury at all? I have him ranked in accordance with that injury playing a factor. There's a reason why I have him lower ranked than Najee Harris. That should give you an indication as to how potentially, not how bad he's going to be, but how limited he will be with that injury being taken into account. You understand what I'm saying? We have a question from Mike. Mike says, which Chiefs running back should I be starting today? Should be started today? I would start Isaiah Pacheco. Then I would start Clyde Edwards second. Then I would start Jerick McKinnon third. I know Jerick McKinnon scored 2 touchdowns last week, but those are, those touchdowns can go to anybody. It could be any of those running backs that catch the ball out of the backfield. Kevin Reed says full PPR, Javonte Williams or Mike Thomas. I'll take Javonte Williams there. Thank you. Where are we at? Josh Downs or DeAndre Hopkins. Mr. Alternation says that I will take DeAndre Hopkins. Let's see here. Younghoe Koo let you down. Yeah, I already knew that the offense was going to be terrible today, so I didn't even suggest him as a kicker. I already had a feeling that it just wasn't going to go great. Mondre going to lose his job? Not to Zeke. I guarantee you it's not to Zeke. What makes Michael Pittman over Jalen Waddle? Michael Pittman has had 8 receptions in each of the last 3 consecutive games, has had over 11 targets in each of the last 3 consecutive games. On top of it, the only game in which he scored a touchdown and had high upside of yardage was with Anthony Richardson. Luckily, Anthony Richardson's back in the lineup today against an advantageous matchup against the Rams. So I'm feeling he's going to be fantastic in the given matchup. That's why I ranked him so highly. Let's see here. Drew Johnson said Sutton, Godwin, or Achane. In a full PPR, I'd probably play Sutton there. Kevin Reed, we took care of that while playing Javonte. Jan Palomo says flex, Javonte, Nico, or Lockett. If I'm playing one of them, it's probably full PPR, Javonte. I have Tyler Lockett ahead of Javonte Williams this week. Thank you. Super excited to watch Alvin Kamara, right? He's back, baby. He's back. Voldemort's back. Let's see here. Let me make sure. Okay, let's make what am I missing? Oh yeah, I gotta go check my lineups before I get lost. Why so high on Higbee? I mean, the one week I wasn't high on him, he played well. So I'm just going to I'm gonna rank him highly so he plays badly. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, in comparison to a lot of these other options, really there's not like an established player outside of Kyron Williams that's a red zone threat. Like Puka Nacua hasn't scored a touchdown. Tutu Atwell scored a touchdown in garbage time the other day. Like between everyone, there is still upside for Tyler Higbee to be a better player. The reason why he's quote unquote ranked highly is because Laporta, Musgrave, Evan Ingram, Kyle Pitts already played. That's the primary reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this high because the tight end position is just so thin. It boosts a player like this up the board, even though it's not supposed to. J.90 says, can you follow up on Anthony Richardson over Cousins? I don't have Anthony Richardson over Cousins. Literally, look right here. Look. Cousins 5, Anthony Richardson 7. I don't know what you're on about. What are you talking about? I don't have him over Cousins. D-Hab says, why Myers over D-Hop? D-Hop, time to trade. D-Hop has Tannehill at quarterback. Myers has Aiden O'Connell. The only difference is one of their offenses sucks and the other one's doesn't. And the offense that sucks, as you can tell, is the Tennessee Titans. In 3 weeks, weeks 1, 2, and 3, the Tennessee Titans have less offensive total yards than the Miami Dolphins did all of last week. The Miami Dolphins had 726 total yards last week. The Titans this season only have like 720 in 3 weeks. Like, the Titans are a terrible offense. Them, the Jets, and the Bears are the worst in the league. So I don't really trust it. Hey, Andrew, what does it say? Should we be looking at your ranking screen? Yes, please. You should be looking at the ranking screen. I appreciate it. Do me a favor, guys. If you haven't yet already, click the like button. If we can get to 1,000 likes, I'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Mike says, Superflex. It doesn't mean San Francisco. Superflex. AR or Dak? Give me Anthony Richardson over Dak. Breece Hall, George Pickens, or Alexander Madison? Give me Madison. Moving on to MG3 Fit, says full PPR, pick 3, start Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Kyron Williams, Kenneth Walker. Give me Kenneth Walker, give me Kyron Williams, give me Josh Jacobs. We're benching Derrick Henry. Also, Ravens or Saints defense? Give me the Ravens defense. Thank you. Drop Sky Moore for Josh Downs. That's a great move there. Alternation. Full PPR, do I play Jacoby or do I play Derrick Henry? Oh, man, at that point, you kind of have to play Derrick Henry because he's Derrick Henry, but I don't trust it that much. It's kind of a rough play there. Jalen Warren or Gabe Davis, full PPR. Give me Gabe Davis there. Matthew. Manuel says, why Gus Edwards over Justice Hill? Mainly because Justice Hill, even in the week in which he was in this lineup and active, what was it, week 2? Yeah, it was week 2. Gus Edwards got the goal line carry. Let's see here. Why Judy over Pickens? Does that really need to be explained? The Steelers' offense is terrible. I hope that's understood already by now. There's a reason why there isn't a high-ranked Steelers player on any of these lists. Like, the Steelers' offense is just hot garbage, and even Steelers truthers know that to be the case. Matt Canada needs to be fired before anything changes. So I trust the idea of Judy over him. And Judy plays against the Bears, for goodness sake. Jalen Warren or Gabe Davis. Yeah, Matthew, we're going Gabe Davis again. Cooper or Nico? Give me Nico Collins there. Ayuk or Achane? I'll take Ayuk there. Breece Hall or Nico Collins? Give me Nico Collins. Jacoby Myers or Achane? In a PPR, I'd probably take, Myers there. Higgins or Ford? Give me Higgins. Brian Robinson or Hollywood Brown? I'd probably take Brian Robinson there. Full PPR, Lockett or Tank Dell? Yes, I would take Lockett over Tank Dell. We had a question that came in from Mike. Says, could Akers coming back affect Madison? No. I talked about this all this week. If somehow Akers is a huge impact player, I'll be surprised. You got to remember, they literally gave away a conditional 2026 6th-round pick for Akers. They gave the Rams nothing. They said, hey, just take him from us because he's a bozo. And, hey, I don't think Akers is immediately coming in and taking touches to the volume where it's going to impact Madison to a negative effect unless he's getting goal line carries, which I honestly doubt that's going to be the case. Jake Ferguson or George Kittle? 1,000% George Kittle. George Kittle scored 5 touchdowns in the last 3 games against the Cardinals. Don't overthink this. DJ Moore, not top 36? No, he's top 40. He's literally number 40, if I'm not mistaken. Chase Chappell says, Higgins or Madison, full PPR, great content. Thank you. If we're full PPR, wait, it's not Chase, right? What was the question? Was it Higgins or Madison? Higgins, yeah. I think I said Chase accidentally. Maybe Chase is your name. Yeah, it's Chase is your name. Whenever I said Chase, I was like, wait a minute. Chase, Higgins, Madison, what's going on? I have Higgins ranked higher. Thank you. In a full PPR. C. Crip says, I need a flex full PPR. Sutton, Moss, Thielen, or Mixon. Give me Moss. Thank you. Tristan Ewing, or I'm just so dumb. Kristen Ewing. Why? I mean, my brain just doesn't want to function right now. This is what happens when I have 1 hour of sleep and I've been up since 5 a.m. Help me. The question is, Khalil Herbert, Najee Harris, or Brian Robinson Jr.? 2 running backs. I will take Najee Harris. I will take Brian Robinson Jr. We move on to the next question. Joseph says, DeAndre Hopkins or Chris Godwin? I'll take DeAndre Hopkins. Fields or Geno? Yes, I'll take Fields over Geno. I will take the upside. Geno had 15 points last week. There's nothing to be excited about for Geno that much, right? Where are we at? Jacoby Myers or Terry McLaurin? I have Myers ahead of him in my rankings on screen. Palmer or Jacoby or Mixon? Pick 2 out of the 3. I'll take Jacoby and Mixon. Kamara, Henry, or I'll take Henry out of the 3 there, Brendan. I know he didn't play well last week, but they'll get back on track. Kamara, okay, we took care of that. Hopkins, yeah, we took care of that. I'm a Ravens fan, friends with 2 Steelers fans, and even they know the Steelers offense is hot garbage. Exactly. Mike Evans or Tank Dell? Give me Mike Evans. DJ Moore not on top 36. Nope, not anymore. He's number 40. Like I mentioned earlier. Are we not listening, or is my mic muted? Geno over Burrow? Yeah, that's barely, because I don't know if Burrow can even run, dude. Burrow could leave the game with a calf injury for all I know. You know what I mean? Like, it's so sketch. So sketch. That's the worrisome part of it. Okay, I think we've covered everything, guys. I do appreciate y'all coming out here today, supporting the channel, clicking the like button. If we can get 11 more likes and surpass 800, that'd be greatly appreciated. Much love. Outside of that, DJ Moore. Okay, we took care of that. Brando in the chat says, start Michael Pittman Jr., Adam Thielen, or Jacoby Myers. 100% Michael Pittman Jr. Why Myers over Sutton this week? Are you concerned about Las Vegas quarterback situation? I'm not concerned about it. I love the fact that Aiden O'Connell is playing over Brian Hoyer. Worst case scenario, they get into a negative game script, and Jacoby Myers, probably gets himself a higher volume of targets than normal. But honestly, he's probably going to get double digits again this week. 2 of these 3 start. Yeah, I'll play Jacoby and Mixon there, Parker. HR says Pickens or Palmer half PPR. I'll take Palmer there. Just wondering why you have Palmer higher, because I just don't trust Ryan Tannehill, and I have a higher potential for upside when we talk about Herbert, the Chargers offense, in comparison to what the Titans offense can do in the passing game. No problem, Kobe. You're fine. I swear I saw somebody else ask the same question that I'd answered earlier. It's not a matter of pointing you out. Thielen or Nico Collins? I'll take Thielen there. Yeah, he's ranked higher on screen. Kelly or Sanders? I'll take Sanders. Higgins or Flowers? Give me Higgins. Kicker and defense, please. Oh, man, do we have time? We have literally 1 minute. Can I speed run it? Maybe we can. Let's see. I think I could do it off the top of my head if I had to guess, because I've said it so many times today. Eagles, 49ers, Chiefs, Cowboys, Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, Broncos, Browns, Colts, Saints, Buccaneers, in that order, 1 through 12. Kickers are Moody, Elliott, Aubrey, Bass, Maher, Tucker, Butker, McPherson, Sanders, Fairbairn, Gay, Dicker. Thank you. Moving on. What do we got here? Judy or Hopkins? Give me Judy, baby. Come on, guys. The rankings are on screen. Good luck to everyone. It's 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Go enjoy your NFL Red Zone. Go enjoy your NFL Sunday ticket, whatever you guys have. Go enjoy your Sunday. Let's hope for a high-scoring games. And additionally, let's hope for no injuries, because that is the worst thing that could possibly happen. And let's hope that all of our lineups catch some W's this week. Obviously, not everybody is going to be able to catch a W. Someone's going to be playing against a team that has a 40-point receiver today. Who that is, time will tell. But until then, I appreciate y'all. Much love. That is going to cover for me today. We got over 800 likes. It's greatly appreciated. We've been here for 4 hours. One of the longest live streams I've done in the last couple years, to be totally honest. But I'm loving it. Moss or Pittman? I'll take Moss there. Ayuk, Pittman, Mixon, or Moss at the flex? Give me Moss there as well. Thanks, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Amari or Pickens? Pickens is ranked higher on screen. Jones or Prescott? Jones is ranked higher on screen. Yeah, we're good to go. Bless all hamstrings today. Yes, all hamstrings, all calves, all kneecaps, patellas, ACLs, MCLs, AC joints, all of it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to cue the music, and I'm going to bow out here. Enjoy your wonderful Sunday of the 2023 fantasy football season. Until tomorrow, waiver wire. We'll see you. That's not it. And the music came in way faster than I thought it would.